Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to dream. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. The piano will unroll secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. The piano will unroll secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Connected to channel Fix It. Fixerbot says.
T-minus 2 minutes.
Fix It says.
Hi Panda. Fixit 42 love.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations,
Fixerbot says.
do something
Stream about to start, 1 minute left.
exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. The piano will unroll secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Hello, hello. Oh, I was listening to cyber insecurity. So, no camera. We have to fix it, right? So, if I start my camera, what do you think the chances are it decides to start this time? Rather connect to USB. I'm gonna have to grab a long cable if I want to do that. I think I should focus on the things. On the things. Let's see. So let's see if I can. Why isn't my there string control phone off too? There. Oh. Yeah, let's do stuff. This is a cybersecurity conference in Sweden today, which is streaming live. So about Ukraine right now. So I had that up too. Let's just close that. Right. This is my camera software. I thought, let's see if we can get the camera working, right? So let's update that. But the focus of today's stream is the hardware. So if this doesn't work in 2 seconds, then it might be the camera's USB that's fried. That wouldn't be good. So my lights were on when I went to the hospital, but tummy ache, and I stayed there for 2.5 weeks. So my hubby and my kid, they were in here trying to turn stuff up, and they didn't realize those are Bluetooth, right? So they just tried to unplug power cables and stuff. Yeah. So that's what happened with my camera. I've checked the cables. And now we're updating the software. I did a quick I don't think I want to do the camera on my phone thing. We'll just do our cam in that case. So it might also be that the software needed an update, right? So if we're lucky, it just works after the update. So I've never seen that before, though. It's stopping working until the update. But the camera says it can't connect via USB, and this is what's... Oh my, this is like huge. So why did I have it that big? Okay. So the software is up. This is a viewer. I want the remote. And it's not on, so that's correct so far. Let's start the camera. There, it's on. So let's see if we get a line up here with the camera. Cause I need it to work. So there's one quick task to do. I'll grab my backpack. I was just streaming from the library, in case you noticed. I was adjusting the connections for Thursday. So new USB cable just bought, and let's connect this to a good connection on the computer. Oh, it's one of these annoying ones with. All right, this USB-C. Yeah. So I have another one. Oh, I left that one in the car. I'm not gonna go out to the car and grab a cable. So it's micro USB. My camera is kind of old. It's a Sony A68, and it works perfect, but not right now, right? So USB-C cables. I have a little box of them somewhere. I don't want to move too much today, really. Micro USB. Yep. So just moving some things. Wireless mice. RGB lights. Phone holders. RJ45s. USB extension cord. Micro USB. So a whole box of them. Let's see, by the way, if we have right. So I had yeah, I'm doing so many things here. Yeah, let's not have the OVPN file up. ShareX will go in the background. Sammy, we should like, yeah, it'll be there. Where did it come? Oh, Arian go. Arian. So we don't have any image here. So I'm gonna make sure that it's running. Yeah, it is. It's running. That is on. So I had it connected to my laptop just a bit ago, so that might be why it's not connecting. Alright, let's see if my phone is still sharing. Yeah, so it's on the wrong Wi-Fi. So if it's on my phone's Wi-Fi, then obviously it won't connect. Since it's on, that's not what my PC is on. So there, now I have an image. Great. So, why not do this? Well, you can see, right? It's such a mess here. Here we have battery just fully charged and micro USB. So this one is the one I had to the camera. Gosh, it's a bit warm in here actually. Yeah, just when I started, I was like, oh, I have these. This is from like 3 days ago. I have these in my downstairs in the fridge. So we have a lot of USB cables. Is there something that looks extra high quality? I know I used this before for the camera. Oh yeah, we can't have special angles. These look very thin and simple, right? This is a mega long one. What does it say? Yeah, I thought there was a Logitech logo on there. So this one might be stable enough not to have broken. So I don't think any of these. That's a Nokia one. Nokia. This one is not good. Here's a thick one, also with like markings. Looks stable. Yeah, so I used one of the orange ones before, I know, but then I've replaced it for a reason, so let's try with those two. Ice cream. Oh my. So I had two micro USB boxes. This one says long. Oh yeah, these are from like cheap Chinese thingies. Well, we could try possibly that one. Because I will need an extension if it's not long. Let's try this one first. It looks like it's like newish. And it's like 1.5 meters. So, moving my rightmost screen out of the way so I can access the USB connection on the right of the camera. There, it's actually in the connector. So this will not reach the computer, will it? Ha! It actually will. So let's see. Oh, that's not a good screen to look at. So what if I click remote now and I refresh? This is to make sure that it's not. Oh, I just realized. No, the camera has it has power, so it's not that it's not powered on. So I'm going to move it from behind my screens, turn the screen around, and it says connecting USB. I'm gonna turn it off. Turning it on again. I don't want to spend all stream on this. This is just a parenthesis to get this working. Yeah, so it's straight to the computer. So I think we have to like disregard this for the stream too. It is restarted. It has no battery that can mess stuff up. It has a power cord in, and obviously I can see text on the screen, right? So it's got power. We tried one power USB cord. I can try another for sure. So when I'm unplugging the USB now, it should stop saying connecting USB and it should start saying, showing me like an image instead. Let's see. Oh gosh. It's actually not connected on the other side anymore. Okay. So I didn't have to pull that out. It pulled itself out. USB extension cord. So I think I know exactly where one is downstairs. Yeah, moving is still not my top thing to do. So we have one cable there. And I used it for his computer. So put it on here. So I brought from the attic several long extension cords. I brought 2 out to my car. And the rest They're not by the where they were before because I maybe I'll go to the attic again. I kind of hope not right now. So, gosh, yeah, I'm not in shape. This is so power cable. Ugh. Out of breath from this, right? Oh. So this is like the last bit of looking before I stop. So the box with USB extension cords, it's empty because I've used all of them. Oh, candy! Ooh, I have candy! I knew. So I'm turning the camera off again, on again. Putting the cable in a USB connector. So how come it still says USB now? Yeah, something is off with the camera. There's no USB cable connected. Something is off. Powering it off. Looking for to put the cable back. I don't like these power cables. So power cable. Yeah, and now I can see the camera. I can see the cars driving outside the window. So it is on and it has power. So now I'm gonna connect the USB. Click. It says connecting USB. And we should get it up here if it works. I might just have died. Check the connected device. So that was a new one. It actually gets me an error message. And this might be the cable, right? So this is one of the ones from the long cables box. So I will remove the camera from the holder here. So the only problem with this is that my power cable is not long, but it is closer to my computer. So I'm going to try another USB cable, which isn't that long, just to see if we can get the camera working with the computer. So if I don't finish this debugging, I will like never do it, will I? Oh, this cable is like 1 meter only. So plugging it into USB, and let's see. USB cable. So another USB cable connected. Refresh. Let's grab some water. The candy was too sweet. So nothing connected. I'm gonna move it from USB 3 to USB 2. See if there's some difference. Once I removed it from the USB from the computer, I can see the camera image through on the screen on the back. Connecting it at once it says connecting USB. So it is detecting that there's something there, you know. So it might just be a software problem. But why would that have happened exactly when I was away from the computer for a month? Well, that's bad timing in that case. So the new software version might not support this older camera, but I don't think that's a thing. It's usually a bit glitchy. So it's on, it says check the connected device. So it's actually saying something about the computer, right? The camera is complaining about the computer. We should check it, because it's not answering as it's assuming it would. Maybe I'll have to uninstall. Oh, look, it's here. We have the camera. It is there. Look. This means you can probably see right now my desk. Mess on my desk. Well, this is about that. Well, this is like 20 centimeters. So that's. Oh, okay, so that was good enough for it not to. It disconnected when I moved it. So I'm checking, making sure that the cable is connected, and this actually is still connected. So this might be a bad USB cable, but now we have confirmed that it actually works. It's just that we need to make sure we have a good cable and good connection to the computer. So the camera is currently not saying anything about USB at all. So I'm turning it off and I'm turning it back on, because usually when it disconnects, usually for something like me restarting the computer, I need to start the camera again. So if I restart the computer, I need to restart the camera physically, or probably something else. So viewer, let's hop back to remote. Oh, they're still up both. So and it is here. So double click. I did. Waiting for a response from camera, and now my camera is again showing me. Oh, there it is. It was showing me just the image. So here's where I put the temporary. There's where my camera usually it's over here. Sits on that thing. So it's on manual focus. So that's why it's not auto focusing. Yeah. Again. So this USB cable is not good. So let's just put that on the floor, because why not make a mess? So I'm going to connect the USB cable that I had connected, which is connected to a USB hub. And if this works, it might have been the update. So we could do this like desk, full screen, and medium. So there. Let's see. Will this work? So it says connecting, right? Well, this is loose. Check the connected device. So it realizes that there is a connection. I'm restarting the remote software. And it's found again. Let's see. I'm just seeing if I have the left screen here, but I don't have middle screen because I haven't used that. We could do this. Let's go to left screen capture. There. So the camera appeared again. And we have the software up. Looking here at the... Yeah, that's where I see the screen. Let's do a preview so I can see too. Let's do that one. Oh, that's turned away from me so I can't even see the screen. That's smart.
Adam and Silk 5P says. Cheap viewers, web link.
Let's do the middle screen. Come on. There. So now I have set up preview on all screens. Well, we can see the video again here. So I'm assuming that when I open this now, oh, we can still see it. Okay. Yeah, and now we actually use the cable that I had connected. So let's see. Maybe we'll get video, but I noticed the bottom of the camera wasn't attached really good. So let's see if we can fix that. Screwdriver. Oh, that's a star. Not really helpful. So there's a hole for a flat screwdriver on the bottom of the fastener of the camera here. Yeah, that's good enough. Good enough. It's just on this arm here. I don't know, you can't see it, right? So over here, there's an arm. So it's usually behind here. But this is a monitor arm. So, camera. There. So let's pull this one back. Behind the monitors again. There. And let's turn the other screen back. So it's usually, let's get rid of this thing a bit. I don't want to remove it because that's like saying I'm not going to use this camera ever again, right? So I know it froze the image, right? So USB cable. We had this problem, and then I moved the camera. So I didn't have to do anything. I wiggled the USB. We're back! You can see all the mess though. So we're gonna have to fix a few more things. That was so nice. It was worth it. It was worth the time, like 30 minutes. Gosh, this is warm, this shirt. So let's see. First of all, when I use this program, OBS contacts as a camera. So I have to turn this one off and make sure it's actually off. And close all the previews that I started. So I started 3 previews. Yeah, why be content with just 1 preview? And this screen has been tilted a little there. So let's see. I'm currently looking at. Oh, by the way, let's actually remove that. It was on full screen. Let's remove this because we're going to use this camera, right? For the hardware things that's over here. Do you see the mess on the desk? So I need to. Also, we need to like restart Arian because that will make it work better. I clicked the screen several times now, so it's in zoom, stuck in that zoom, that focus there. So now we can put this USB back. And I don't know, the one on the floor I should probably throw out, right? Because it it glitched, but not more than the other one I had. I really kind of feel like switching clothes to something less hot now. So it's time to enable. We can have it on the left screen. So we're going to enable the camera because I've disabled it, of course, because you know. So yeah. So camera was on round, which is correct. Only I thought I deleted the scene. Let's do that. Let's just make sure it's not in camera. So you can see it says Arian here, right? Because I used temporarily the Arian as my camera. And this one is what needs to be activated now. And I've just been seeing that image. So now when we hop back, camera is working, but in cameras and stuff, camera is disabled there. Yeah. Several steps would have been messing with to get this temporarily worked around before, but now we should be back to normal. I can look in the camera again. So now we can do the stuff we were actually supposed to be doing. So these I don't need. So I keep replacing good ones with these used ones because they're so much nicer on the ears. So when the electronics die or this cable dies, I use the old headphone thingies on there. So here we have a little power too over there. So let's actually start. There's dust on everything, right? So I haven't been using these things. I haven't been doing anything. A little fan. So I actually put this up yesterday as a test to see. I could put my phone there was the plan if it wasn't gonna work. So let's see, something like that maybe. There. So toothpaste might not be the best thing to have here. But I do want to brush my teeth later. So is it straight now or is it not? If I put the keyboard straight, yeah. And we also have these. Almost kinda. Like that. Yeah. So we're gonna have to clean up a bit too, and also ibuprofen, and that was from the hospital. And then I have 1, 2. I noticed this yesterday. 3 and 4 rolls of paper. So that's totally what I need, right? Let's keep one of the tiny ones and let's put the other ones in the bathroom. Because why? You know, why? Why have 3 rolls of paper? That's a quick way to clear my desk. I think I should go get a Red Bull too. Why not? You know? Why not? So no, so that. So when I saw that empty can, I was like, yeah, right. I bought more of these. Or actually, I lost my drink kit. Rosa grapefruit. I like grapefruit. So I think I'm going to. So I had my hubby's closed because he has this window open below, so it becomes quite cold. But when I turn the lights on, now I didn't even have a t-shirt. This is like long arms. There's no air getting in. Warm. So temperature, it's also fallen. So it is 27 in here. That's not much, but as it's just 9.6 outside, it's a contrast when you just were outside. So I wouldn't usually think 26.9 is much. Yeah, I can totally get out of breath from just going up the stairs now. That's crazy. But last week when I was walking, I didn't really stop walking, right? I just kept walking until I had to get my kid. And then I got so much pain during the night, or I couldn't sleep at all during the night, but I got so much pain I had to take my like last thing, morphine pills. I don't want to take a walk that much. Yeah. I prefer like being able to sleep and not having a lot of pain. So, but it's been a week, so I'm thinking maybe Wednesday we'll do a walk. On the other hand, that's the last day before Thursday, so probably shouldn't do that now. Thursday we can take a walk. Also, then I have 1 hour to spend, right? So it's a more reasonable thing to walk for 1 hour than 2. Yeah. So let's see. So we have more pain pills out of the way. My spare, in case these stop working, this is usually hanging on the camera, so I removed it now. We have a little heart there. So, yeah. I noticed this was getting dirty or maybe even scratched. So I had this here too. So maybe we want to do something more. But I'm thinking this we'll have to do that after the Thursday's talk. So probably should do like a little plan there. What to do first and what to do later. And also this bin is too tiny. By the way, here we have a perfect new USB, micro USB cable. Urban Airs. So I'm quite sure it has data, but it shouldn't really need to. Come on. Yeah, it didn't go autofocus. Well, we can see everything, right? So these are the new things that arrived. Yeah, so I'll fix that. We want autofocus. First thing, let's check the app. Because it has settings, it's just not mega clear. So there. Oh, yeah, I have stuff arriving. If you saw the message there, so we can see I have 78% power in the phone. When I connected it, it had 17. So that's a quick up. That's a very good micro USB cable. And the one I just had here was from the same company. This though is for charging those headphones. This is how new they are. But look that old. So this bin is too tiny, right? And we have another bin just here on the thoughts of cleaning up a little bit. Also, I have like a million. I was thinking, should I like put components in these? These are chewing gum, so I would have to like rinse them a little bit. So I could put like tiny components in these. So from chewing gum, and I was saving for a few days. Let's see, 3. And there are also square ones. So I have one of those. That's these. So, but I don't know. Maybe these are good for storage. These are not very pretty with the shape. Yeah, I think I'll just put these in the plastic trash. So let's see, and there's another one of those. And I just disconnected the fan that I had here. Or actually didn't disconnect, because I pulled the power in, and then we have that was actually nice. But I had it striped to the old thing that was here before. Yeah, let's leave it here. So total perfect position when I'm moving stuff behind. This is a 3D printer instruction. Oh my god. Seriously. I have dirty clothes behind me. Oh well. I was mostly in the way at least, right? Mostly in the way. Yeah, so we could hop to this with full screen. So it's the same thing, it's just a little prettier, right? So here we have a battery. Is it charged? Yeah. So next walk, we have 2 charged batteries and a hopefully working USB-C cable, so it wouldn't work for the camera. So I should have a good place for these. Maybe I'll actually have like a drawer in the just inside the door. I have somewhere to put it. Let's roll this thing up. Yeah, let's put all the ones I never put in my hair. I put the for cables instead, right? Okay. So I think this is my kid's old mouse. And he was complaining about his new one, saying that his old was better, I think. I don't know. I think maybe this is his old. That's usually the, oh, I don't know what I want for Christmas or for my birthday. Oh, I'll ask for a mouse. So that's why he's had some money. This is like dirty. Definitely kid style. Let's see. No, still not working, so we have to, well, you can see the dirt. Yeah, let's actually make one of these. 5 left only. They're like big chewing gum. Okay, tape. When did I use that last? Can go downstairs. So let's make a little electronics pile here. Oh. So I usually put this up under my other board here, but it drops. It's like, maybe I need to replace that sticky thingy. Yes, I like these the most. These, so that's why we had like 4 of those jars and just a few of others. So we only have 3 of these. So I'm like thinking, they're not sticky, they just smell good. Maybe I don't have to clean them even. Yeah, we could put like these kind of things in there. These are just, I should fix that. Let's fix it. I realize why I put the app up, right? Because of doing that. So when I click the app, it shows a little image where it was broken focus, but I can also do it on the screen. Click, click, unlock. Definitely focusing now. Ha! So click, and then it's not focusing. Yeah, it's still focusing. Okay. So I did pay for this app, and it is, oh, you can't see because you're looking at the actual image. So when I click here, I get this little square, and I realized there was a unlock symbol on it, right? So probably when I click on the phone, it focuses on something, and it doesn't stop. But when I click on the app, then we have dry skin. It's winter times already. Then we have that kind of thing. Yeah, it works again, and the fan is blowing too. So yeah, this one actually doesn't smell good anymore. So I'm gonna check the others. Oh, this was like spicy. That's like strong mint or something. Yeah. So I will I will save these for now, and we'll see if we actually will use them, because it's kind of messy way. But if you have bigger things, you know, that doesn't fit well in this kind of thing, like capacitors. These are not like anti-static or anything, but oh well.
Marcy pops his
Batteries,
heads.
maybe.
Good afternoon.
Hi, welcome back. So let's hop to the desk. It's a little prettier, right? We don't have to look at all the control thingies. So the thought here is to get some progress with my presentation that I'm gonna have on Thursday, and it's gonna be on hardware, like an introduction, like a teaser, like what could people do. That's kind of the plan. Female, male, and I'm kind of thinking I want a lot of images, but I want to do a demo, and I have like 10-15 minutes. But I can probably go a little longer. And I'm gonna ask them
Hi,
about
good to
exactly
see you
what.
streaming again.
Thank
Nice
you.
subject to
Thank
talk
you.
about the hack hardware.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking we won't have time to hack hardware, but we will have time to talk about making hardware tools a little bit. Like it's in Swedish, so I kind of think, unfortunately, because it would be easier to do it in English. It would be easier. Yeah, that's how my brain thinks, at least. So those were what I was gonna put in there. So these are male, male. We have there's supposed to be a third one. Male, male, female, male. And there's supposed to be female, female. Like maybe I already put it back in another room. So because we have the cables we need, I think here. Oh, here's another one. Let's get rid of all of these things. So this is annoying. So this was on top of one of the rolls of toilet paper that I just cleaned away from the desk because I had 4. So this is from, look, other stuff. This is from when we built the fan thing for the window when it was warm. So these don't need to be in this room at all, right? And the stripes also, which I have a box of the rest of them somewhere. But I'll take that one when I find it. So we have empty box and these two. I'll just leave these in the other room. And let's see, is this the... No, that's too heavy to be stripes. So, I wonder what my kids think about me streaming again. I haven't done it, so long now. I'm streaming a little bit, just a little fast. So, there, take, and is the female one here? So I'm thinking, do I want that size of it, when I'm gonna show people, or do I want like tinier things? Shouldn't bring stuff from here, should I? Yeah, maybe for photos. Nah, not bringing a breadboard just to take a photo. There, I even turned on lights. So this is definitely electronics. Actually bought new ones, so there's a whole pile of them. Maybe that's what I should put in one of the jars, right? Similar to electronics, and I won't have to have these all over the desk. And they'll smell like fresh mint or something. So this is actually making it more efficiently managed, kinda. Until I forget where they are, right? By the way, am I blurry? Because I didn't actually focus the camera. Am I blurry? Blurry? We can go this mode. So kind of focusing like here, and I'm leaning forward sometimes. And I'm not mega blurry, am I? Am I blurry? Let's see. I haven't even fixed the curtain there.
Not blurry.
Not blurry, good. Goody goody. And then we have this cool thing to play with too. And here's also cables, by the way. So now we have a bin with all of those instead. So you should have to type something. So when I don't remember where I put them, you know, right? So this can actually fit on top of this. There's a pen in here. So I haven't really been organized recently. So Bluetooth module here.
I'll put it in my Obsidian Vault, NP.
Thanks. It's probably quite necessary to keep track of it. So here we have the header encoders. So I bought 2 kinds. Right. Can't show you stuff on the camera if you can't see the camera, right? So we have there are different lengths of these things, right? And these fit. So we can use these for encoding information like up, down, click, right? In the menu system, besides being touch, but imagine you using your hacking tools somewhere. Maybe it's not the best position to pull a little marker stick and touch on the tiny little TFT touchscreen, right? Which is very dusty. So here's a little pen. It should probably be in the box, but it doesn't seem to be. So yeah, it's just white, not black. I was looking for black. So taking this thing from somewhere and doing stuff like that. I'm thinking maybe for entering numbers or something, letters. We'll see what we do. So also I have like old trash, and this one was in my old trash, and I was thinking this little box that's quite empty, and also it has holes in the sides. That was an old thought. But now we have the 3D printer too, right? But it's not set up yet. Or rather, it wouldn't connect to the network. That's otherwise we probably. But I had so much pain when we opened it, so I didn't know yet that I had the pancreatitis, but I did. I was just like, I can do this. A little pain, whatever, you know. But it didn't really work. So. Right, and this one. Here's a female. Yeah, it's in Swedish though.
Is the pancreatitis under control now?
Yeah, and it's been for several weeks. It's just that I've still had pain after it. So it kind of, when I left the hospital, I kind of couldn't walk even from pain. And it was still good then. Like the values of inflammation was okay. So it's just like I've had pain after it too, which is odd, but apparently that's how it works, it seems. But the people in the hospital didn't know that because they told me, yeah, it should be a few days at first.
The organ has so many nerve endings. Why did nature make it that way?
Yeah, that's odd. Yeah. Maybe it's so we should take it easy if we get the inflammation. I don't know. But they, in the hospital, they also told me, like, so the only thing they did like pain meds. And then they told me, eat a lot, move a lot, right? So move a lot then is not a lot, but like not lying down all the time. And yeah, So they did a second scan of like the stuff, and then they saw that it was less liquid or something around the pancreas. So then it was like less inflammation. Um, this is totally electronics, right? Totally electronics. Music drawer,
But
where
not too
are
much
you?
fatty stuff, I assume?
They didn't actually mention that at all. They just wanted me to eat a lot. So, so also I still have the gallstone, right? So I'm thinking that when I get more pain now, that's probably why. But I have a now. Now it's like, yeah, it's the 17th next month. So, but last time I spoke to a doctor, which was like was it Thursday or something? They said that if I get a lot of pain, like I did a few days before that, then I should like go to the hospital to check out that, because apparently you can get inflammation also in the gallbladder. So, but I think I'm actually, since then I'm much better. I feel it's really been like getting much better. So that's great. So I'm streaming. So this is the phone holder for this phone, which I'm usually not even putting on, like today, because I used it in the library now when we were there. So I'm like, oh, so what is this? This is where I just put all the rubber bands, right? So I have post-its in rows everywhere here. And these are usually things like, I'm in a meeting and I should do this and this and this, you know? This is touching something. So probably not things I want to forget about. So here we have USB sticks and 2 screws. Okay. And here we have the SD card reader. And here's my kid who my hubby tried to fix. So if you happen to know lots about these, he managed to take something. He pulled these out of them. All the parts are there. We might look at it another day. So here are SD cards. So let's put all of those things. So one of the projects, or maybe 2, are like making something off the Raspberry Pi 4 we have. And one of them was installed with Honeypot. The only problem there was that the SD card just died on this. So here's more female. All of this came with stuff, right? So it came with things from AliExpress. So this won't fit in this thing. It's like more than what's in there. So what should I do? Should I just... Maybe we will put those things in there. And like... I was thinking of having this thing on my desk. Oh, it's like melted too. Plastic and plastic. So maybe I'll just put all of these in there instead. So many. So Zol, and little
The
sticker.
SDs are the weakest link. Should make a graceful shutdown for my detector on poo, I guess. Although others unplug the power without any problems.
Okay, yeah, I think we were writing to it and it died. So I think it worked. I don't remember exactly, but it's probably saved on stream. So I don't know which writers to trust, really, right? I should like throw everything I have out and buy a new one, something like that. This lid is like bent upwards because it's been so full. You think I can like bend it back? I guess that's a bad bit with having a long jar like this and just fasten to this side, so that if you happen to fill it, it will.
I now have a detector on a
Boing.
microprocessor, costs only €20.
Okay. Detector. What detector? I'll just leave these in the other room so we get some more space here. There's like million papers, some chewing gum, my hobby soldering
I
station,
detect
my
Asian
soldering
hornets.
station. Asian hornets. Oh, tell me more. Let's leave this in here. I don't know if you meant serious, or if you just meant like.
They eat honeybees and are invasive exotic
Ooh,
hornets.
okay.
So we
Okay,
want to remove
so
the
they're
nests.
not in Asia, because it sounded like they would have to be in Asia, but they're not. Okay, get it. And I just returned the tools for
They are
this.
in Europe since 2004.
So, oh, that shape has definitely changed. So look here. That's like a bowl.
Now slowly moving up north, started in France.
Okay. Yeah. So these, the red ones, they're strong, and I've had the mic on here a bit up, but since this stopped working, then I tried the blue one, which is also on the desk right now, and that didn't work either because there's something off with my USB, and that might also have been why the camera was having problems, right? I guess I really need a new computer. I guess that's really the solution, but computers are not free, so yeah. Anyway, let's just put this away for now. This one will fit here.
I guess that is a very good reason to buy a new computer.
Yeah, the computer not working. Then of course it's too old for Windows 11, and that's a plus because my kid's computer, it won't install updates now, even though we have free updates in Europe still for another year. My kid's computer just says Windows 11, so it can't do the updates for Windows 10. And that's bad. Unfortunately, my laptop that I can't use USB to boot
Computer
on.
says no.
Yeah. And I can't say that it can't update to Windows 11, though I think I'm allergic to Windows 11. So it's a definite can't be done. So, as my kids play a lot of games, it's not like I'm gonna do Linux on their computers, right? I guess they will have to start using, or at least him. Though his new computer is older, so there's hope. There's hope for Windows 10 still in the house. So, yeah, that's totally what I need for my electronics project. There. So, let's put these things in here. There was a resistor and 2 screws. And then we have the 12 volts connectors. So we put one on this thing, I think. Yeah, so this is a Ethernet cable, RJ45, which I used for the laptop to update Kali. Come on, a hair underneath the. So this one is usually like rolled up. I guess we need one of these now, right? No? Yeah, I know what to do. So, quick access and instant information on what's in there, right? Two things. So let's roll this up a bit. So, I'm just throwing it over the edge of the table. And where does this lead? It's connected. Ooh. Okay, I think this is what I used with the mic. Yeah, so when we tested the mic. So I'm sorry for all the cleaning, but I kind of need to do this before I can actually do electronics because. And it's nicer to have some company while cleaning, right? So, what on earth is this USB called again? Right? I don't remember. It's. USB B? Is B the thing? Because I have a box saying USB B over there. Let's see. I should have drawn it too, right? Because it says USB B. Haha. There. Organized. And this is too much clothes. Still. I closed the door. Why? Yeah. So. I have another fan just there, which is quicker than this one, but it's also noisier, so. Oh. So, I'm making finds here. We have an unopened pack of. What's actually the taste? Sweet menthol, I guess. So, let's just open it because otherwise it's kind of useless. So, chewing gum. Allergy meds. Pain. Let's throw these over here instead. So, so where should I put the chewing gum? There. And then I have some candy. There. And allergy pills more. So it's starting to clean up a little bit there. It doesn't look like that, right? But actually, yeah. Asthma meds too. So I need to clean in this drawer too, but I can do it later. Or rather, I can do that later. So that's totally like Yeah, definitely my kid stuff. Or might it be from Vacation Pattern? Maybe. So, Texas. Yeah, Texas. And one of those thingies. And then we have lockpicking. So I think this will be like very dusty. Here we have lockpicking stuff. There is a lockpicking redeem, and I haven't done anything in like forever, so we'll see. It will be interesting. It's not like I have time right now, right? Just for fun to do it. I should also get like locks, more locks. And I have 2 of these. And those are not really... They are good for measuring stuff, right? But it's not electronics. So why have a phone charger with a bright light, bright LED on there? I don't get that. Oh, we have another USB-B here too. This is more cleaning the desk stream so far. I'm so sorry about this. Yeah, the other end of this cable is just hanging in the air. So, I think this might have been used for Arduino, for connecting to the computer. But we don't need to have them up
Mediocre
all the
Dev
time,
says,
right?
You know what they say, hack me like one of your French girls. Nobody says that. I just like making Titanic jokes.
Okay. So I'll just put these tape measures over here, where there's one already. And let's put this one in the little box. This one looks like a high quality cable, right? Well, why don't I have one of these quality micro USB ones for my camera? So I don't have to feel like it's just falling apart all the time. So let's put that one in here too. So I also have the MIDI keyboard that uses that connector, so it's really, this is so thin, but it's warm still warm in there. And it now says 27.0. So just 0.1 up. So during the summer, this wouldn't have been warm. Like, it was like
The MIDI
30 in here.
keyboard? What kind? Now I am very interested.
Okay. So behind here I have an electronic knitting machine. So the keyboard is over here. There's just a few swords in the way. Let's see. They're just wood, these. Like here. So I'll see where I can put those. So I can't really play. I need to learn, right? So here it is. I got actually a little cover thingy. So here. If I could play, we could play. There, that's the name. So Keylab 61 Essential. So teach me to play. So come on, little thingy. Yeah. So theme of today should be electronics, not music though.
61 keys in I presume, yes? And a lot of sliders and knobs to assign to cool stuff. Very
Yes,
fun.
so some buttons to play with too there. So I should like. There's so many things in here that I want to throw out, but this is not one of them.
Okay,
But
I
they're all
shall
in the
drop it.
way.
I just get very excited about music. D.
Yeah, but that's great. That's great. So I might have like teach me music. We could do that. We could do that. Then I won't be teaching you for sure. I've been doing like, but not for a long time. These, simple teaching music programs. And when I do the guitar ones, my fingers go bleed, right? So that's much more friendly. Much more friendly to the body. So I'll go like that for a little bit. Yeah. Little mess. So I did put an organized pile of stuff
Used to
here.
be in a band back in the day and stuff. Before
Oh,
you get calluses
cool.
on the fingertips, it hurts like a hecking mother trucker.
Yeah, and also it's hard to continue practicing when it's bleeding. And it's the same like when I said I don't think I should go on like walking streams before I'm in better shape, because it's not like I'm stopping just because I could stop, because it's fun, to walk out in the forest. Here's the cable for the mic.
Now the blood means that it is working. D.
Yeah, but it kind of hurts too, right? It's not efficient to do it too much when you're just starting. Yeah, because then it starts bleeding, and then you won't do anything for a long time. So yeah, let's use this mic. I don't know why I had it here. I think I got this from my dad's stuff, and I wanted to test different versions, and I didn't have any other mics, I think, that had just a normal old style. So I wanted to test what problems my computer has, because the mics don't work, right? So I connect this one, it doesn't work, but it's connected by USB. And then I have the blue Snowball, didn't work. Bluetooth mics work, right? So this is what's my mic right now, which is quite annoying, but it's okay-ish quality. But it's not like I'm gonna record YouTube videos with this. It's okay for streaming. So should I throw this out, or should we keep it like I need to test an actual mic? I think it goes into the electronics trash together with that USB cable there. So bye-bye. What else did I have here? Oh, this is like building parts of the desk. So this is a desk building part in a like a little drawer here. And I also put 2 tiny round jars in there. So now it's like all empty here. At the first, I actually had the keyboard here, but then it's like soldering stuff. So this looks like trash to me. It looks like trash in so many ways, so why haven't I thrown it out? I have no idea. Maybe I was thinking maybe we'll check what's in there, but I kind of think it's just, well, it is a push button, right? Okay, I have to open it before I throw it out, right? And also maybe we should sort the parts. And these are like battery holders that we can pull up, probably. So let's do zoom instead, because no, yeah, you can see zoom. It's just that that one doesn't zoom because it's not zooming. Zoom. Yeah, this is connected on the other side, so I can see tiny stars in there. So let's grab the screwdrivers and let's get something to put this on. Also, screws are always good, right? Ah, I think that these are what has the springiness. So if we were to, which we are not, to put this back together. Oh, now it's this thing. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just attached like that. So now I have too many plastic trash things, but I can actually see I have a bag here, so let's put it in there. So, plastic trash, and the chewing gum ones. I was thinking maybe I'll use there. So let's hang that on the microscope, because that's a good place to put trash. Plastic trash. Oh, this kind of explains why it didn't work and someone didn't use it anymore, right? So here we have very rusty springs. They look rusty. So, but as we're going for plastic trash, that's, yeah, my fingers are all rusty now. So I'll just throw those in the normal trash. Okay. So we have this going there, that going there. And this we might be able to use for something, right? It probably says on the side. So I need a preview. What I have up is the full thing. This is what I see, right? Oh, right. Yeah, I asked it to explain sockets to me. Right. Socket files in Linux. But I want to see the preview of this instead. Thank you. So there, now I can see it too. Zoomed in. Come on. Can we read this text? 8 volts, right? Kinda looks like it says 4 there too. So 4.8 volts? 4.6? I mean, we have 4 1.5 batteries. So that would be 6, but I guess there's no other components but the button. Here's the button. And it is connected in one place. So I'm assuming now that the other pin was to the loose wire. Yeah. So that would have been it. So between there, yeah. So we got 2 little components, and one is quite a big button that could be nice to use for something. And of course it's locking, right? Click on off. So I'll just pull these out and throw them in the trash. They're also a bit rusty. So I can put the rest in the plastic trash without a bad conscience. So, all plastic, all plasticky, except for the screws. Come on, screw. There. I did my bit for today for the environment, did I? So, see, we got some trash here all over the place. And I noticed these over here. So, baby wipes. Of course, that's what we use for cleaning the desk, right? What else should we use? So this just all tiny bits of paper all over the place, all kinds of little thingies over here. So will we solder today? As I'm planning to do this simple thing, a simple thing for people, I'm not planning to solder anything, right? But if I go with a soldering station to my hobby, then I will definitely need to solder something. Isn't that the way it is? Oh, right, this is for the, they wanted you to fill in something before the removing my gallbladder. Not to get any of that crap again. So, is this plastic trash or is this... Ah, this is not plastic trash. This is the top of the power supply for a Raspberry 4. So we don't want to trash that. Oh, there's my scissors. I've been looking for them.
Marcy Pops is says.
Are you going to take the stones home with you?
By the way, let's zoom out again. Oh, you mean the goldstones? I don't think they'll remove the goldstones because they'll like take the whole thing away. But I have no idea. Never thought of that. But this is for inflating one of the balls you sit on, I think.
When they remove the gallbladder, they can collect them.
Okay. So I don't think it's that big, as it was stuck in between the gallbladder and the pancreas. So it wouldn't be that big then, right? I don't know anything about those. More than that they hurt. That's kind of what I know. Or if they make you
The little
have
stones are the bad
pancreatitis.
boys.
Yeah. So that's not belong in this room either. I don't want to make them do extra work, right? So here we have more this side. Yeah, these look pretty, but they were like $4 or something or less, and they were horrible, especially the mic. I think you could listen to them, but you can't use a mic. So let's just do the full thing here and turn this upside down too. So now we have 4 of these already, right? And there's actually a bin for those. And I think that before we do anything, we should probably just test if they work at all, because that's very quick when you have power just next to you and you have hopefully a power cable that works with your phone, right? So let's do this quickly, and I know what to throw away. So there, and let's... Oh, a problem. It's already 100% charged. So this is USB. So it was just 98%. It's charging. So that one works, right? So I'll unplug this and it should stop. Come on, stop. Stop. So there. Now we can see it's not charging, right? And now the 7 is blinking, right? So this one is charging. And now it stopped blinking. I'm gonna do this one again as I might have misread the information. So blinking, it's charging. Very basic test, but it's just true false now. It's not the quality of charging. So one of my ancient HTC chargers. Blink blink. And another one. So it even went dark in between there. Charging again. Good. So actually one of these we can keep connected and charge the same now. So there and there. Yeah, so we can see those charging, but the 7 is still blinking there too. Right. I guess I should have done this for that, right? Unblur. Unblur. So, and these go in the box saying there should be a USB charger one. It's too much of a mess in here now. It's because I put other stuff in the shelf that's not really doesn't belong there, like these iSettle. That's like card payments. It's not on that side. And this is what these look like when they're horribly new. And this is what they look like when they're nice. Oh! Here's where the stripe one. And then we have displays. So, I must be blind because it's not here too. Arduino ICs, shrink tube, mini USB, low temp glue gun. Yeah, I'm totally not finding it. Alright, here too. Oh, there went my glasses straight into the trash. So, let's. I found it. I found it. So it's not. I don't have these in a million places, so it can't be in so many places. So, but I knew that this one was empty because there. So now we have USB adapters in the USB adapter box again. Let's just LEDs in the whole box. Yeah, I shouldn't move this much. My tummy hurts. It's still not 100%. So, I'm gonna go leave this and I'm gonna go check on my kids and I'll be back. I'm leaving this here. Bye.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Jokersridge 584. Less than 3.
So, yeah. My calendar says it's time with my kid. Time. That's what on my calendar. So it's actually much better, but it's still stuff that I need to move. But first, I have to see if it's late enough that I can take another like paracetamol or something. What there? So kind of keep track here of. Yeah, I totally didn't keep track. It's 18. Yeah. So should be able to do that. Ooh. And the little yellow thing fell on the floor too. I managed to get to the floor. That's a plus. Big plus, getting to the floor. Yeah, so I think it's like 7 hours. Gosh. Oh, so I'm not allowed to run around with stuff. I just have to sit kinda for a bit. Because otherwise I wouldn't be efficient. Let's see. This cable. This one I bought 2 days ago. So here we have. Actually, I used one of these when I connected USB-C to USB-C from my computer to my phone when I was charging it there at the library too. So these are known to be good right now. So yeah, I think this is better than these because these stick to everything, right? Yeah, and we actually got for both ends of the cable, so I have 3 spare ones too. What to do with those? But I guess I can use cables that are just USB-C to USB-C. Yes, this too. That's good. What was this? This is also a USB-C. Yeah. And then we have this, which is quite new. I think it's probably not been used too. So this is also for charging those headphones. I think I have 7 types of that kind, and they're micro USB, unfortunately. So yeah, let's zoom out again to the full mass. So I will not be putting these in the right box or anything. But I might have to move something else. These, let's just put them in the yellow one where they were actually. So staying a little organized. Those by my computer back. So right, and also the mic works when it's on the table, but I can't hear anything. So I'm sorry for a boring cleaning stream. Here's another one of these. It's the same one. I bought 3 at the same time. And this one is connected to my hub. So let's disconnect. So I think I was charging the phone there. Yeah, and they have a little. So what is this? Samsung. So doesn't say much, does it? Doesn't say like, oh, this is for the computer. Doo. And I didn't. Maybe I should look again. I'm looking for the voltage. I'm sure it's there. Let's look at this. So we do have the microscope. Oh, 14. Oh, there it is. So 14. 1.70. 1.7 something. I'm not sure what it is for though. Yeah. I kind of feel like slowing down on pain, but hopefully it'll pass. So yeah, let's not have it make zoomed in. So the other bit with that one. So we just need a little bit of glue on that. So this is the middle of this. So if you need to test something with that plastic, you can do that. Should it stop streaming or will it pause? We'll see. We'll see. I'm thinking, let's find where this is supposed to fit and fix that thing. So I'm putting this in this little bin here. And another one with nice cozy ones. And these go like bad at once almost. Almost at once. This electrical type was kinda tricky. So why? Was it because I was testing all USB SD card readers? So this is an ancient one, USB 2. So you can't see much on that side of the desk, but it's starting to clear up here. So I have here's a wipe for glasses. We have 2 soldering stations here. So let's actually put this. The fan fell over there. Oh, and I managed to click something. I managed to close the preview. So now I have a preview again. So this is the very off soldering iron. Right, I know what we need to do. I know a thing we need to do, which is test my soldering iron. So let's actually take my hobbies. And so these are kind of tough too. That's gonna fall, isn't it? So I'm just making it a little tinier here when it's not actually on the desk. Here. So it's on my first drawer. And I'm going to see what's this. Oh, this was on my like a dress. Trash. A book I'm reading. Just it was a Swedish book. It was vampires. I didn't know what it was about. I bought it like when I was with my kids in the library 10 years back or something. And they like sell old library books, so it's an old library book, like for $50, you know. So I bought some books, and then I haven't read anything. So water, glasses, acetone, nail polish, of course, because that's totally the normal thing to have. And this is also a SD card reader, though I already threw away the surrounding bit because I was throwing it out, right? But then I thought that why not test that one too, as I had problems. Another pair of scissors. So, and then we had some metal trash. Hello!
Cam says.
Good morning / afternoon fix smile smile.
Yeah, the same to you. Ah, it's nice to be streaming again. Welcome in. I have a bit of a mess though to clear out here, so it's not like I've been doing anything by my desk at all. It's been like a place where you drop stuff. So another one of these. Let's just put all the electronic things I find now here. So I'm assuming that these 4 screws also belong to something. So this will be the current projects box, right? So a mix between stuff we saved from things thrown away and screws that might belong to something. And we have the little new invention where to put the and another tape measure, right? So I'm gonna wipe this off if there's trash. And this is kind of like the same thing. We could put it right in here because it belongs to the current projects, but you can't see it right now because we're on this side of the desk. So the pen jar. Oh, something had fallen. So this is like my pen jar. It's totally pens in here, nothing else at all. So I'm just gonna wipe that side off, and then we'll hopefully actually do some electronic stuff. And we'll start with testing my soldering iron, right? So I have the little baby wipes, because what else would you use to clean your desk with? So we never both stopped buying them after the kids were tiny, to be honest. They're kind of been useful. So here's my soldering station, which is much better than my hubby's. If it works. With works, I mean the tip was bad. I bought a new tip. It got bad in 2 seconds. And I don't think I'm overstating that speed of it getting bad, really. It was instant. No, well, okay. 2 minutes. I'll give it 2 minutes. It kind of got black at once, so I'm thinking it was its oldest other one. And it'd been stored as mine had. And they were oxidized. It just wasn't showing, you know? It wasn't showing until you tried to solder with it. So now we have space under here. We can put so many things. The fan just disappeared into the space too. And this power cable is for that. If I need my hubby's soldering station, I'm not gonna remove it until I know. And we can also get rid of this. So this power cable has no use anymore. Let's see. Did my hubby and kid actually disconnect this? No, it's still connected. So, but I disconnected it. So this one was for the fans during the summer when I had the window open, and now it's 9 degrees outside, so I'm not opening the window. There. So, over here. Alright, it's angled still. It's just here, the power. There. Come on, little cable. You can do it. Yeah, there's still a mess here. So soon we'll play with these things. See if I can get this like kinda centered and kinda straight. Kinda-ish. So back with the water, cause the acetone should really not be there either. But I'm not running back and forth now. So taking it a little bit easy now. So just folding this thing up. It's nice to have a power button on there. So I could turn my fans in the window off and on by just clicking on the button on my desk. But yeah, so these are nice. And I have glued here. So, and remove the metal bits as this is this, right? So we're not lying, it's not grounded. So this one needs to be fixed. And I'm kind of assuming it's in the drawer where I have the Raspberry Pis because it's one of their buttons. Yeah, I'm putting it on top of the boxes because we'll use those. Then we have a few ESP32s and some other electronic bits. Let's put those there. Then we have two. I don't just want to put it in a pile, but I don't want to run around either. So I'm putting them up here for now. So this is also to be sorted. Let's put it over there. And these are going in a box over there, so I'm putting it there. This one goes to electronics, and these will go in the drawer in a bit. These we will probably use next time we solder. And let's take another wipe because it's dropping stuff here. So also these. So didn't lift this up at all. But there's actually nothing there. Oh well. Now it's officially cleaned, right? And under the keyboard too even. So, and here we can see the other fan's power. It is one of these 12 volts. So that we can connect it to any 12 volts. But currently we can use 12 volt here too, right? And we have made a 12 volt cable that goes from the power supply Molex here. And we can connect this to the fan, which has stuff on it, so I'm not going to actually connect it. But we will use that with this in a little bit. And this was the most crooked ever. For being new, at least. And plunger all the way to the end. With an actual toothbrush that's actually not used for brushing teeth. Maybe I should say that. Because I had another toothbrush that was for that purpose too, right? So, we're kind of getting there. I'm thinking, should I throw this away or not? I do have plastic brush, so there. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking this goes in the electronics drawer too later. I think we're done. Ready? Actually, since I have a water, right? And we have the soldering stuff. So I'm just gonna pour some water on this. So sponge it up a little more. And then my hubby calls. that was the wrong mute button. So this cable, if I put it a little more back behind those bins, there, and around all of this, we can actually put the power supply under the desk, and the fan here can blow back, right? So one of the reasons I have these tiny ones was because, right, yeah, and that killed it. So it's dead now, because I think we might have a short. No. So this is the power on button. I can't see the fan now. I have nothing connected. I kind of want to connect something, so I will do this. And this should light up if we get the power supply to start. So there. Yeah, so it was a short-lived start. Nothing is problematic. Now let's see if I can put this in a better position. So I need to do something about that. So it's actually scanning my Wi-Fi right now. And this is also not electronics. And I shouldn't move, right? I was supposed to be still. So the point of this, so it's scanned the Wi-Fi, got some networks. It doesn't have an antenna. One of the things we want to do is to test these new ones. That's one thing. Because I had one with an antenna cable and it stopped working, or rather, it worked fine for stuff that's not related to the display. It can't run the display for some odd reason. This one is identical to that one, but we have two new ones that I bought that can do antenna. So that's one of the reasons I bought these. Because we only get like 4 Wi-Fis here, right? It's not that good without an antenna. So we want to be able to use an antenna for it. So let's pull this one back now. And yeah, we do have electrical tape. Let's make everything gooey, because that's the only thing it's good for, right? Making stuff gooey. Is that a start? No, just a little here. So what if I put some tape on this thing? I can feel how sticky it will get. I can feel it already. It's kind of almost sticky already too. So this shouldn't be able to fall out, should it? And then let's put that one like back a bit there, in between. So we won't be using that either. And then we have just the power. We can even let one of the Molex connectors go back. So, and also that one. So we don't have such a messy desk, right? We can still see the power supply there though. So Then we have, yeah, so I can only hear with one ear since I have this and the other. It kind of sounded like the fan was just lowering its speed. So I'm gonna connect this as an indicator to off the speed. Let's put them there instead. And we actually also have soldering fan efficiently here. So let's just plug this in here. Wrong side. There. So it almost fell over from its own pressure. It kind of does. So I like it. Now I actually have space on my desk. This is wet. I'm gonna turn this on because the test we're going to make, it doesn't, the first test doesn't have anything to do with this. But it has to do with what arrived in the mail. These are tip cleaner thingies from AliExpress. And I think I kind of should dig this other thing out. So what I had here, oh right, plastic trash, not normal. There. So I don't want these to just fall somewhere. Let's just put them there for now. That's too plastic trash. So let's get the fan, I think, and use this because this will probably be gooey. The stuff you don't want to breathe in, probably. And there's my actual toothbrush. And here we have the light back there on. So here we have the fan connected to this. So I guess I will, this one keeps scanning, so let's turn this one on. So this fan, it is much more efficient. That's why I'm not just using the black fan, because this is an actual PC fan from Akasa, and that is Chinese 0.2 amps. How many amps does this one have? 2.2 watts. And I don't want to do the maths of that. But that one's 12 volt, 0.2 amps, right? If anyone want to do the math, do. So this one will suck much more if we put this one on here. And yeah, so before I use stripes and put them through, we could do that again. So this is like official AliExpress spare part foam for a soldering fumey thingy. So right, I'm not gonna use tape for sure. Soldering iron is warm. And I'm just gonna get those stripes that I didn't put with others. So let's just put 2 of these and 2 corners here. So since there's already holes in this somewhere, if I can't find the holes, I guess it doesn't matter. It kind of feels softer in this corner. Yeah, that's definitely a hole. I think I might just have had one. So So there. I think that's good enough. So we get a little bit of getting rid of the fumes from this thing. So will it work? We don't have any door open or anything, so it'll still be in the room. So this is a test to see if these two, I'm just gonna see if I have something to put underneath there. Or rather if I can find my little bluey thingy that we use for when we gonna, this is dirty, okay? This, I don't know how they thought, but they apparently didn't or something. But it's like powder. And when you open the jars, it's stuck in. So these have obviously been through stuff, right? They're all squished. It's like aluminium containers that are totally squished. So you can see the bag. I put it back in the bag because of the. It's like stuff falling off. Let's see here. So we would need, if we had another jar to put this in. Look. But we'll see what happens. So I had two types. I tried buying this before. This is 45 tip refresher 45 grams, and this one says lots of Chinese and 30 grams, right? So yeah, let's kind of nice to have something to clean a little bit of that off with at least. So I don't know what this is really. No idea. So electrical soldering tip, black oxidation cleaner paste, right? So we have a tip, which is warm now. Let's see. So it looks like this. Don't want to go too close there. It's quite black, right? Yeah, before we do this, let's fix microscope. We need a microscope. So I need to turn the power on. There we have a spare power there. And we need to actually get the microscope close enough. And let's get rid of that plastic trash. So, so it is like, oh well. I kind of want it in that angle. So, and let's see if we can get a little image from the microscope. It's very blue. So, let's look at the tip and see what we can focus on here. So I'm kind of thinking we want a close view when we check this out. That's not good. What about this? That's like better, right? And we need it to be more like here-ish. And we want it to focus on the actual stuff. And how about some light too? Light, we want light here so we can actually see. Oh, it looks like kind of gray now. Quite gray. That's kind of cool. Right? Let's do this full screen microscope. And the microscope, or rather the, yeah, I was kind of expecting this. Look at the tip. I think it's working. So as it's melting it, Look at this. What do you think? It's not black anymore.
Data says.
Hello, friend.
Hello. So let's see if we can fix this falling out of the jar, right? So if we do this with it here at the edge, it might not fall out anymore. This is crazy. Did it actually work? This sheep stuff from AliExpress. Did it fix the tip? It was so crazy oxidized. So, how are you? So I haven't been streaming in a long time. This is like I've been cleaning my desk until now. Yeah. So now we didn't get to test the other one. I do have more tips, and they're all the same shape. So I didn't see any fumes. We have the fan on here on the side, and you can't hear it, yeah. So
What
it
are we
does.
fixing?
So this was black. This is to remove black oxidization of soldering tip. That's what we're fixing right now. And this became liquid. I don't know if it will go back to some kind of... So this is what it looks like before, right? And this is what it looks like after. And these jars were, well, stuff falling all over the place. All this fell out when I opened. And I have the other one here. Let's look at that one too. So now this one is already looking much better, right? We even tried sanding the tip. Oh, look. I have to full screen this again. So the tip is almost 400 degrees. So that's why it's kind of boiling quickly. This looks very pretty, right? So what if I dip this bit that's all black too? Yeah, I need to try this with. So I am. Oh gosh, this is what it looks like after wiping it off. On the, you can see some tin on there still. So there's tin in this thing. So I'm a bit amazed, actually, to be serious. This is kind of crazy. So next test is obviously to take some of the solder, and let's go with this one. So let's see if we can find where on earth. There's where the microscope is, right? So what happens when they touch? But it's looking black again, right? It's looking black again. Look at that. Yeah, so wiping that off. So let's say that this tip cleaner thingy, it's not something you have in a drawer, right? So is this the solder that is horrible? Will this black area still melt the solder and attach to it? Melting it. It's not attaching there. There. So this is much better than it was before, definitely, right? But after this, we dip it a little bit in the cleaner and we wipe it off. And let's look at the tip again. So we still have some black there. Definitely got some black there. So will this black be removed if I dip that side of it? This is like dirt from... Yeah, that's more like dirt, not... Yeah. So the big one has been like cooling off now, right? So let's see what it won't run out of it. Yeah, so it's solid. It also takes less space. It's like a hole in it here, right? I think you can see, but it's still liquid at the bottom. So also one thing I didn't do with the other one. So I wanted to try this as it's newer. We didn't try it. So what if I put it on the place where it's actually not being used? With the black side there. I'm trying to make it not go. So the black is still there. And that came from the solder, right? So, yeah. It still got the black there. And that was straight from this solder. So what if I kind of try and clean it with this, which is kind of filled with solder now. So I'm gonna just... So let's just try and clean it like this. Yeah, it's still black there. So I don't want to put it in there again. That's why I'm... Yeah, so it's still black, right? So, So try another solder. This could be lead free, but I kind of think the shininess of it means it is not. Also, this solder is probably old, right? Very old. Let's open my drawer here and grab a roll and check this out. So we have leaded 0.7. There's a little bit stuck there. I wonder if that's actually the same or if it's just been messy. So this is definitely leaded. So imagine we were about to solder something now. So I guess I just find where it's supposed to be here. So we don't want to make it black all over, right? So see, it's not like attaching. This is a problem I've been having with this tip. So it just dropped with the ball of solder. It's not attaching to the tip. Come on. So if I sheet it like that, it just drops to the ground. Let's try up here. Now you can see some solder hopping on there, right? So it's kind of black all over from the other stuff. Come on. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is a pure success, would it? So we just got a big ball here. And I can melt it, but it won't stick to the tip except for the little spot there. And it's looking quite dirty again. So I'm cleaning it off on the little yellow wet pad. And let's try. Let's try again. And it's kind of looking like it's a little shiny, right? But oh, there, it's attached. Then we get the black, right? So that's what got it black just a bit ago. So let's lower a bit. I actually don't usually have this high temperature. I have like 10 degrees less. We can even go to 380, 370. Oh, it kind of goes quicker than. Or maybe it's because I like double clicked it. It goes like 1 degree at once, usually. So let's try again. Then we're going to the electronics after this. Oh, look. So not exactly at the tip, but it did stick to some part of it a little bit. Come on there. Well, this is much better than it was before we used these, right? So this one is so overfilled. I'm gonna try again here in a new spot. Let's do it like here. Let's just dip it to the whole tip. And we have bits of solder on it. So if we don't wipe it off first, if we just try and attach more solder, so there's actually solder on the tip, right? You can see that. Yeah.
Pandatong says.
Gotta moisten that solder.
So actually, finally it arrived, Panda. So these jars, I've tried ordering it like 3 times before, I think. Or maybe this is the third time. So I just kind of want the tip to be good. I don't need to have the whole thing be perfect. But the very, very, very tip there, that's where I wanted to actually attach to the solder and to give it a good connection. So I'm like trying to make it not fall off anymore by making it fall off currently. Like melting the edge. So it's falling off a lot because it's kind of 1 millimeter higher filled than its actually edge. Come on. Yeah, that's just... So maybe I should use the bigger one as it is, not overfilled. So, alright, you can't see the little boil. So we can see the shiny solder, but it's still like blackish, right? Yeah, so I'm very curious now to solder something, but as that's not my current project, we need to work on stuff because I need to get stuff done today. But there's actually some solder on the actual tip there. So what if we could get this to actually be covered with solder like you're supposed to do? You think this will actually do that? It's actually attaching to that big blob all of it, right? There it won't go to that spot. Yeah, it's like very spotty. Oops, we dropped the big bit there, and now it's falling. This is why we don't have the table with the wood straight on there, because it wouldn't be very pretty after, right? Yeah. So I'm hoping I can like make the edges here, not make this fall out totally. And maybe I'll put some other jar where I can have this. That's like glass or metal. These are aluminium too. You can see also in the lid. No, you can't, but so this is how filled up it was. The whole lid is like on the edges. It's been squished to the sides. Yeah, turning this thing off. It's just 165 degrees now. I don't think it got as black now, right, when I melted it. So, we'll use a microscope for other stuff. I usually wipe it off when I'm done. Yeah, let's... Nah, it's already... Yeah, it's too cool. That's good. Totally okay. So, let's put the soldering station back under there. Well, actually, let's get rid of some of that first. Yeah, I think my yellow spongy thing is getting a bit old when you have this after. Oh, I dropped a bit of solder over there on the table too. So, 100 minutes. So, let's see, can we close these without... So the whole thing is warm, obviously, right? And they seem to be kind of identical, the contents of the jars. And then we have the very clean bag. So I was like, yeah, let's open this thing up. Even the outside is filled with this. Should get a Swedish zip bag for these. So, putting those by the soldering station too. And let's serve this. And I'm just gonna wipe it with a baby wipe. Getting all of that solder that was stuck there too. So, you can use it next time. So we kind of made sure that it wasn't this Solar that was the bad guy anyway. So I think this might have been the bad guy. So I'm not going to use this anymore. I think this is what destroyed my tip. And this is also AliExpress. So there. So this fan, which I won't put my fingers in any more times, hopefully. So this actually belongs to the blue computer that I might be our next Proxmox server. It's just not that good. So I would really need a new computer here, and this being the Proxmox server. So this one we need because it connects to this, right? So let's just make sure that this works as it should before we... So I kind of feel like washing my hands after that, but I guess this will do. So look, it actually found like 6 Wi-Fis now. I'm impressed. So finding Wi-Fis. That's what it's doing right now, that's one. And thinking one thing we will do is make a menu for this. And we're going to switch these. This one for one that can use an antenna. And we have 2 new ones here. And I'm kind of hungry. Am I really hungry? Or am I thirsty? So let's double check. Today is the 20th, right? Yeah. So just double checking because it's my sister's birthday tomorrow. Well, that was not what I was gonna do. Now let's go in there. I have a preview of this on my screen. That's why it looks so funny. Did I really clean enough? I have a big pile of paper there, a big pile of paper here, and a pile of Post-its over there. So let's do a tiny little bit more of cleaning. This is just tools. So these are for the desk. I'm supposed to put those back. But it's actually for the first time yesterday when I moved it. Actually moved. So all my secrets are not secrets. Yeah, right. This one is also open because I was showing how it looks. And this was not very sticky anymore. More solar. So let's see if this one should be charged. Pomodoro, it said there. Update IRL stream, title on stream start. Okay. YouTube chat on screen. Yeah, that would be good, right? YouTube TPS to normal. Yeah. Programs. Magazines even in here. Right. I found an old Swedish magazine from... and it says security. There, 2015. So it's 10 years old. Splunk. Mom. There! And another cable going nowhere. And another one of those. So, there. Also, my air cleaner is showing like purple, pinkish. So it shows blue when it's good and red when it's bad. So it didn't like this very much, did it? Android, the hacker's favorite. Encryption with BitLocker. This is how you protect your files outside of the firewall. So, Computer Magazine, in Swedish, from 2015. Dell GeForce GTX 960. That's older one than what I have even. Even that. AMD based motherboards. So where's the security stuff? Futures IT threats. Secure your files outside the firewall. IoT standard finally here. Arduino. Secure with BitLocker. Use your cloud storage fully. So what was that? ECMAScript. The next JavaScript. This is what I need glasses for. So I think my eyes have gotten used now to use glasses. It's like they're still not really happy about it. Linux expert. Windows expert. Yeah. So could this have been today? So I put stuff under there again. I kind of don't want to though, so let's move that. I think the only reason I saved that was for stream, so now I can throw it out, right? Because we looked very carefully at it. Yeah, it's time. It's time to go. Oh, this is a preview. I'm like, why didn't anything happen? Because. So, I was learning Rust with a. This is the example, right? This was not the LeetCode one. Yeah. So, the Shayat was doing some LeetCode thingy in Python, and then I was doing it.
S1YD0RG says, hey, fix it. Gonna be lurkin'. VR Mechatronics
Thanks
says,
for the alert.
were you able to connect
Bye-bye.
Wi-Fi to the printer or is it not working?
I have not done anything with it. I haven't even started it VR. And now when I was cleaning a bit, I was moving a bit, and I get pain. So I'm thinking I will sit down for today. We'll see next time maybe. But I also have a presentation to prepare for Thursday, so I have to focus on that as I've been up to it. So let's add a little. Where's my Irene? There's the desktop. So if we zoom that, you can see stuff. And we can see that this is Wi-Fi scanning. Can we possibly do that? Also, I didn't actually roll that up, so it's just starting its new scan. Let's see if this direction gives it good stuff to scan. We just found 3 networks. This direction it found 6. So, as I have a talk on, it's just a short 10-15 minutes on Thursday. I need to make like some presentation, something, prepare something, and I thought, yeah, we've been so far like cleaning, checking the soldering tip cleaning stuff that I got from AliExpress, and that's more plastic fudge. So now it's time to we'll not just do like make a presentation. We'll actually do some coding for this.
Agent 57 says, "Hi everyone.
Hi, welcome in. Welcome in. So we might replace it with an ESP32 with an antenna, and let's see. And then I remove the glasses, and then I need the glasses. This is annoying. Or we could use a microscope.
Is that the
Maybe
yellow
that's
Wi-Fi
better.
board from Marauder?"
Marauder is someone making a project with an ESP and a display, right,
The
and some
screen.
stuff. But I think some people use the screen too, yeah. But it's not yellow. This is red. I'm gonna switch to microscope, and we're gonna look at this so you can see better. But I can't see better, so I need a preview. Let's see.
These are so cool.
Yeah, and this one has something I haven't seen before. It has both the built-in antenna and the antenna connector, and I haven't seen this before. And this is an ESP32S. So this is a
Nice.
new one. And this one has the same thing. I just ordered 2. So this is S3 N116R8. That's like the highest specs of the board that I could see. And of course Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. And then we have, let's actually zoom out a bit so we can see more with a microscope here. So yeah, this is like ESP32S3. I don't remember exactly the reason why I got the S3s, but I think they were like better in some way. So there we can see a LED too. It's quite big. This will probably be a bright one. So this is just falling out. That's nice. And we also have 2 USB-Cs, which is interesting, right? So the first thing is to check if this board and the board we have connected have the same pin out, because if it does, we can just switch and it should work, right? And this one has a micro USB, which is not as cool. And also we can see the chip there is CH34. Okay, this is the UART chip, making us connect to the PC. So, but I've never seen such a big chip on one of these before. So can't even see what's on those. Then we'll have to go closer with a microscope and zoom again. Or maybe we can see some stuff. So this is obviously not that, but okay, let's do it. Why not do it? You know, we have the microscope, so We can go something like this close. And if I don't touch the microscope, we should be able to see better what's on the chips.
VR Mechatronics says, I'm just wondering if they sent you a defective Wi-Fi module. Yeah. Agent 57 says,
and I was thinking on that when I was in the hospital too. Yes, I was thinking like time and that I couldn't check and everything, you know. So it's been on my mind, VR, very much, and the time passes. But I haven't really been feeling up to doing physical stuff. So yeah. So we're going to make our own thing. I don't just want to download Marauder on here, and also I didn't like it really, the layout of stuff. I want to make my own thing, right? And I was gonna do that for the presentation, but I kind of spent 1.5 months not doing anything from being sick, right? So there you can see how a LED looks if you didn't see one before. So there's what the LED, there's a little chip there and stuff. Yeah. So this is not helpful, is it? Very too much zoomed in. Come on. Am I turning it the wrong way? Don't think so. Yeah, I was. The manual zoom is good and bad because I want to be able to set the zoom, right? Now I want to see the desk, which is gooey. So this is the 30. The yellow one,
there are loads
I think,
of
is a
versions of
cooler
Marauder
one.
for the M5 Stack ESP32S that should be able to be ported to these too.
Yeah, so this one is... Which one? So first, let's compare them to each other, as that would be quite easy like this. So, no, right, this one just has text on the bottom, which is kind of helpful, really, right? So we should be able to compare them like this and see at once that they're not at all similar. They're not even the same size, right? Totally different. So this one, I think, might be the one that might have the same pins. And I totally dropped. Oh, was that guitar? Let's move that to where I put the rest of them. Only electronic stuff allowed on the desk right now, right? Also, I didn't wipe the other side of the desk off. So this is just, here's dust and stuff. Let's actually do that before we continue. So, oh, did you see that move? So clean all the desk except I just lifted the papers that were on this side. And it's totally not that clean at all. So, there. So this is the first version with buttons, right? And this display doesn't have touch. And I kind of want it to be tiny too, right? And I did buy... So, first, the box
A
for
working
this
desk
one
cannot be spotless.
that it
My
arrived
bong
to.
lives on my desk, ha.
Yeah, it's this. This is the box for that one. And I was like, I want to use a rotary encoder for this. Oh, this won't work. It's too big, too tiny. And then I was like, oh, let's go with that one instead because its box is big and we can put this there, right? Yeah. And then I was like, okay, that one is touch too. So, but this one, if we started, let's actually see if I have any micro USB left or if I put them all in the box. No, I put one here. But no, I put in the yellow bag. Cleaning is not good. You can't find stuff anymore. You should never clean. So USB-C. There it is. Now we know if this is data or if it's just power.
I have organized chaos on my desk.
So I have two USB hubs here. The only problem is that there's a phone and a mic in the way here. So how will I reach this thing? Come on. Come on. Yeah. First time. Right direction. So I'm not after the computer connection. I just want to. So guess what? Guess what? Yeah, and also I'm tearing this apart. So of course I brought the wrong cable, right? I think we might have flashed this with something else because it doesn't have the menu. Or yeah, I think we flashed it with something else. So this is also not from the computer. So that one will have more power. Yeah. So this one is connected to the computer now. Let's disconnect. And this one is not connected and it has a program running. So yeah, it's a bit gooey. So that's why we have this. Not that this will last for more than 2 seconds, but it was very dusty. This whole board is probably very dusty. So we can be a little. So, and then we can do this too. Of course I need purple glasses, right? What else? What possibly else? So, I'll probably need this in 2 seconds. I kind of want to test the other program, this one, because it was a long time since we were running it. And I still want a preview of that. But let's put it on that screen. So, there. And let's remove that preview so you can see that screen. And let's just move the microscope a little bit. We want another one. We want test versus touch test, workspace display test. I'm thinking the first platform I/O, that's this one. Let's see what this one looks like. So one thing I want to show people is how easy it is to use the code Platform I/O. So Platform I/O is a plugin here, which is currently updating. And it also will do an update every time you update
VR
this.
Mechatronics says. That's why I recommended a 3D printer in the housing because there's no problem with dust, as open printers have.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, VR. And VR didn't just recommend it, he sent me a 3D printer, which is very, very extremely cool. And then I got sick just when it arrived, and when I unpacked it, I had pain, but I didn't realize that it was that I was really sick. And yeah, so I'm glad I managed to unpack it at least that much. But it was very annoying, and also I thought about it even in the hospital that I need to finish. You know, as we had network problems, there might be a problem with it, and that's not a good way to pause stuff. Or it's also very much not a good way to leave stuff when you. I mean, if there's a problem with it, you need to say it as quick as possible. That's what I mean. Yeah. And if there's a hardware problem with the network and stuff, which it seemed to be. So the next thing to test there is to share Wi-Fi from my phone. And then I looked at my phone and I realized it was in an odd place. So this is kind of useless. It's all squished, right? And I had another one in this box. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking that yeah, it won't fit, but it will protect the pins a bit. These were just bad. They're not intended to be reused, I guess. So this one is much bigger than this. So we won't be using this. I'm going to put it back in its little bag. And you can't see the tiny text on the bags. This is S3, yeah. So this is that. And then we will compare this one with this. And it should not match. And it's a mess to change it. So I might not think I have the time to do it. So the only thing is that this has worse antenna, right? And we can see 6 Wi-Fis here. And I do have neighbors, but they're not like exactly here. So yeah, the first one is mine. And the others have worse connection, but not that much. And my Wi-Fi is just a little bit that way. So we can throw that away now. It's totally dried. So I'm not gonna use this one for this because we would have to rebuild, and I don't think we have the time right now to do that. So let's put these back and let's use those for next version after having had the
I remember
first
when I had
version.
hernia surgery, I woke up at the end of the surgery and thought they weren't finished yet. And then I
Ooh.
said, I don't feel anything, you can continue. Doc. Lol.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's. You probably weren't like totally clear, right? So I've only been.
But it was already after the surgery, lol.
Yeah, yeah. So I've only had surgery. I've only been like sedated once, and that was when I had. I was pregnant, but it was inside of the tube. So that's why. They do these little dots only now go into the tummy, and I think the gallbladder will also be that. But I remember it wasn't very fun waking up. First of everything, I was so cold. I was totally shaking. My whole body was shaking. And then when it was waking up in the wake up place there, I had like slime in my throat, and that was like not very fun. But it's such a tiny, stupid things to complain about, right? Oh my god, my phone's falling over. So, but that was like the worst of it. Yeah. But that could have been a child, you know? So that was the sad part about that. So growing in the wrong place. This, we're going to use this too, but I don't know if I put on here, right? So we have one of these already. So I'm gonna put that back in the box and close the box.
When I woke up after the surgery, my BIOS had just started and the system hadn't woken up yet in my head. Lol.
Yeah, exactly. Not totally awake. Yeah. So I can imagine. Yeah. So I think my kid brother had that when he was a kid. Both my siblings had like stuff they needed to. I think one of them had like appendicitis too. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. And one broke. My kid brother broke his arm. I mean, he's 7 years younger than me. He broke his arm in like kindergarten. He was like just a few years old, and he fell and broke his arm. I've never broken anything. I've never, had anything but that pregnancy thingy. So this was like the first time I was in the hospital at all, or sick or anything. So I guess it's nice to know that after they remove the gallbladder, I can't get this again. Because it was a gallstone getting stuck, so the stuff that's supposed to melt fat and things, it couldn't get out. So it was starting to melt the pancreas instead. That's disgusting. So that's why you get paid. But hopefully I won't have pain much longer. It's so much better this week. So much better. Like the last few days. Yeah, totally. But when I was like cleaning and actually moving, then that was too much for my body to do right now. So I'll just sit still and do this, and that will probably work fine. The question is, should I just go and give my hobby his soldering station? I'll do that. So it's on my drawer now. So I'll go give him this back. Jag har ljudet på fortfarande, så det inte jag lämnar tillbaka den här. Jag fick från Kina den här grejen som ska göra rent täppen, och det verkar funka lite i alla fall. Ska du tillbaka? Ja. Så du kan prata bara så du inte säger något hemligt. Så, tack så mycket. Var den inte i bra skick? Jag var såhär, does it look okay? So, yeah, so this is what I brought to the library. So if you saw my library stream, I set this up to just look at the table, and it was kind of like this wide and this one straight down, which isn't a lot of height, right? But it's quite wide, the angle of the camera. The phone usually is, right? So that's how I plan to show this, which is, yeah. So I'll probably need to add something on top here, like lengthener thingy that we just removed and put in the drawer. So something like that we'll need to do. So this is spinning because, alright, so this can be removed and there's a screw under there. Okay. So I bought the second hand just by the place. So this screws okay without removing it too, so yeah. So this is Joby. So it was probably very cheap, I don't remember. Like $2 maybe. Anyway, I'll keep it in the bag, so now I can access my chocolate. And this here. This is the best one. Yeah, so no one ever told me not to eat fat. We'll see if I get pain from eating it. I don't think so. So I'm trying to organize what I will do in my head. What's bright over here? Oh, the papers. Yeah, those are bright. So it's like time to get started. So we're going to start with this is obviously working scanning, right? But we're going to make a more complex program, and we probably want this one integrated because I don't just want one part. And we also have SD here, which we haven't actually tried to read it yet. This one is not connected at all, right? We have lots of pins left on this side. Let's actually go to the desk when I'm talking about this and go to the sew mode so you can see better. So in here, you can see there's lots of pins that are not used over here on this side. It looks kind of filled up here though. So also we don't need to show off the table and my tummy going over it. So I think this was the one where I had the microscope too, right? So here we can just look at the details. Come on. So yeah. So we can see TX and RX are in this side here. And those are what's used for serial communication simply. So we won't be using those. And there's also ground there. Then we have 22, 21, 22. Then we also have 16, 17 over here. If I can manage to angle this differently. Well, there, 16, 17. And then we have on this side, here we have a ground and a 3. You might see it there. And then we use 13 and ground. Then we have 12. It's quite a few here, but there's cables in the way. Maybe like that. Yeah, it's quite a few there. We have a 12, 14, 27, 28. Is it 28? 25, yeah. 27, 26, 25, 33, 32. And then we have ones that are specially named, meaning they might have a use already. There. Also, the brown one is connected to the one called VP. And I don't have the little sign saying what those mean up, so I can't see it. But when we mess with the screen next, so I just connected these, right? So I have connected so that we can also use the SD card here. That's the thing, and I have connected this one. Why did I put it so far away though? So we will need pins. It has button on this side, and this is where how the rotation works. So button is two, are these two connected, then this is pushed, right? And then we have the three on this side talking about the rotation. And I think it's too bright, really. Is that better? It's still not very sharp. So this keeps scanning the Wi-Fi. I'm going to unplug this for now, and we're going to actually try and see about this one. So that's how the boards look inside, which also made me shorted if I put my hand on the bottom also. So let's use this one for hopefully programming it. So this won't be able to power it up. Or it might. We don't have a power here separately. So these have like flown out. There's no other cables that are loose, are there? That one is like, why did I put that one there? So this one is not in use right yet, at least. So the display was working with the program that we had before. So that's why I'm gonna go and see if we can make it work again. Part of this is to remember what we did and remember what we can do, right? So let's see, that's a very empty main. Test. Okay, so for testing, so test 2 had nothing. And that's the same. Here we have another platform IO. So this is when I'm thinking like, yeah, no, I mean test 2 again. Why did it go there? I was going for this source. Yeah. So we're in the wrong project, definitely. So let's check the other one out. So I did look at this one. Let's go at the next one from the bottom. Display test. It's not a full thing. But here we have stuff in main. Right, we're in main CPP. So let's see if I recognize. It's just updating and checking. Open the home. So I haven't been doing this since a bit before I got sick there. So I guess it's 2 months maybe. So this one close to my mouse is not a smart thing. I was like, eh. And there's a little box for the other one, so let's keep it there. This one is the box for this project, or rather that this display arrived in. So if we could fit it in this, that would be cool. It would be very tiny, right? I don't have that big hands. So let's continue looking. So we include SPI and the TFT ESPI. And all of these should be in platform IO. So ESPI and XPT2046. This is me doing stuff manually and testing things and finally working, right? And here are older tests that I have done before. Now rename the main CPP. Yeah. And this is a late test, which means this was for an old for the new display, probably. So we're going to have to go through the different main CPPs and see which one is the code that we want. So XY pressure. Yeah, this is so touch. Print touch to display. This is me debugging that. Yeah, this is debugging of touch, and that one doesn't even have touch. So here we're using Adafruit stuff. Different display. So let's rename this one dot new dot latest, because it was. Now we might want to run this, but I'm gonna read it first. Yeah, I know why I wanted it to be CPP, because the coloring, right? It's easier to read it. Much easier to read it if you actually can see the colors. Yeah, yeah. And this is nothing. Nothing needed for basic test. Fill circle. Oh, right. And these two are not what's activated in here, so that's why they're gone and squiggly. So we have GFX and 7735. So let's see if I can actually not have that on the keyboard. There. Oh, this is frozen.
Dylan Kaiser says, "Hi, fix it. It's been a while."
Hi, welcome in. So the screen where the stuff is frozen. That's not good. Let's see. So if we do hardware stuff, we kind of want to have Arian working. So Arian. Oh, I know what the problem was. It was all frozen because I was actually showing my preview, meaning I can draw on this because it's not updating. That's not a good screen to be showing stuff on, right? So now I can put this back. I was like moving the keyboard closer and it didn't appear. That's how I realized that it wasn't actually updating at all. So there. So now I can actually type. So this one we will need, and yeah, I need to save this. So save, and I'm gonna put 2 semicolons there to symbolize it's for latest. And here too. So those are not in use at all in this one. Already up to date, successfully updated. So now this one is suddenly not squiggly anymore. Which is interesting. Didn't I remove anything that it needed? Like ESPI? No? So SPI. So the rest of it's like internal to Arduino. We're using Arduino now. I was going to switch, but now I wanted time, so so in parallel to doing this and testing here now, I'm thinking, what should I give what information do I want to give people who might never have done any hardware? They might not have seen an Arduino, right? So as I have 10 to 15 minutes, I might not be able to say all I want to say, but I would still want to go back and go over this and see that we have this project working still. So this is just a demo. Let's run once. There's no loop. Let's see. Oh gosh. I'm trying to remember the shortcut keys. So if we go here, we have upload, build, upload, and the monitor. Is this Control B? I think it's Control B. So if I do Control B, then I got some odd menu disappearing. Yeah, so maybe Shift Control B. And it's building. But it kind of didn't remember stuff. That's okay. Yeah, but we don't need to do that. If we do upload, it will also build. That's what I remember. This is so too long ago. So if this becomes all green and nice and no errors, then we should be able to upload it to this. Gosh. So it's starting to get winter and my skin's getting dry. I had like a loose bit of skin and my hands are so dry. I'm not built for winter times. My body doesn't like it. Success, took 40 seconds. So then we Control Shift U. We have to say where to first, right? The thing is, I don't remember what port this one connects to. There is a scan. Is it possibly devices? Right, look at this. So, where's the big, making it big thingy? They changed the icon. I'm quite sure it used to be an arrow up. So, we have 1, 3, 5, 4, 6. No, I don't think any of these. So this cable might not be data. Or I have a more complex issue with my USB hubs than I thought. Yeah, I need to clean this area too because, yeah, just like this, and I can see a little bit more what's happening here. But where does this cable go to? Yeah, you can't see the full thing now. So it's still messy up here. Where that's probably a light strip. Yeah. So here, that's USB-C. These are like in the way. Yeah, let's grab that new cord that just threw into my bag. So, picking up all the things I put in here, right? Just zoom. That one's all filled up because I put all the keys there. Well, I'm gonna use the other one. And let's pull this one out. And let's grab the newly bought cable. And it says click too when you attach it. And let's just run the devices scan again. And it says the same thing. So we're going to go to device manager. Blind there. So let's see. VMware USB device. Two VMware USB devices. Oh gosh. Yeah, I should have known. So Kali stealing. It's stealing it. So this is what's on this screen. So it's Kali stealing my USB. So removable devices. Here we have the camera, by the way. Kinhang USB serials. And this is connect, right? So yeah, none of these are connected right now. And there's usually a little box on top. So oh yeah, that's a preview too. So now I can draw on it because it's a preview. Let's remove this preview because it's confusing. And let's go to that. And this one. Come on, thing. So why have both up, right? I wouldn't do that if I was making VMware. Yeah. What happens if I crop? Yeah, it has to power off everything. We don't want that. Annoying. So I was going here. So I'm going to pull out the cable. And we lost one of the VMware USB devices. Both. So VMware is messing stuff up. I'm going to have to turn it off. So it's obviously not nice here. So let's see if we can suspend it because I was in the middle of something. And close VMware. So VMware should be off and I'm plugging it back in again. VMware shouldn't be messing stuff up anymore. So suddenly we've got a CH340 here. on COM7. This was all VMware. So because I had VMware running in the background, we got exclamation mark devices. Ugly, ugly. So let's go back here and make sure that in our file, in our platform IO here, it says COM7. So look, I have commented away COM9, which is where the other one ends up. It ends up on COM9. So there's no setting for the COM port. We just have the speed here for monitoring serial if we want to do that. So we can go back to platform IO and upload, and it will hopefully default to COM7. Because now we have an actual port there. So COM7, I saw it. Here, COM7, auto detected. Error. Serial data stream stop, possible serial noise or corruption. Environment speed out, terminal code 1. Terminal will be used by tasks. So I am thinking, why could that be? But first of all, let's just disconnect, connect, try again. And we could also Control-Shift-U. And I double click, that's probably why it ended up there. Fail to communicate with the flash ship. Try checking connections. Read write operation. Try checking the ship connection by removing our hardware connected to iOS. So oh shit. Oh gosh. So what happens when you have stuff laying around? Cables can become disconnected. That's what happens. And we have a menu. What I did, I connected ground. So I saw it was up in the air when I actually looked at it, at the cables. So it is possible that I will upload now too, but we'll have to check that. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that I remembered how this worked, right? So I thought I had flushed it with something else. So this is down. Here we have. No. So, oh, there's no cable connected to this button. This is not the program we were loading. This is the one I was looking for. So I need another cable. And I don't really care as long as it has two ends that will somehow end up in the board. So come on, something. Whatever color you have. Let's take something that's not red if we can, though. We don't have a gray cable here, right, on this side. So I've prepared like some different lengths. This is probably the same length. So as we don't have the program up, I can't do anything but guess the pin that the program is reading on. But assuming it is following the same standard here, I'm assuming this, and hopefully we'll be able to go up to. Yeah. So now we can go up in the menu, we can go down in the menu. We can select an option and we can go back. So that's what I decided, that the back is not actually necessary, because we can have a back option that we select and then we go back, right? So we only need up down click, which is a rotary encoder. Is great for that. We don't need a horrible lot of buttons. So a lot of buttons would make it look more like a game thingy, right? So that might be a good thing, but it's much nicer feel to have one place to just up and down and touch, up and down and touch, right? And now this is up and down and click, and we also have up and down and click, and it would be on the side, and maybe we wouldn't have this big thing on there. We just have the tiny metal one, which I'm not sure I can get this out again. Yeah, got it off. So if we have the shorter one, which is half the length, it's even tinier to just have on the side of the little plastic box, right? But that's the goal. That's not where we're going for today, because it's showing people stuff time, right? But now we have this one working, and I do want to find this menu here, because this menu, I kind of like the feel of it, and ChatGPT made this, or if it was DeepSeek, the menu, because I asked for demo menu, right? So if we don't have it anywhere else, which we should have, so we can just search for play video. I don't know, because I had the SD card in the information, it's wanted to play videos here, and it has video 1 MP4 as examples here. So let's just go back now. Yeah, so now it's back in the. So this is just a demo menu, and I didn't type the text, but I kind of like how the feel is. Though instead of these buttons, we would have the rotary thing, right? I'm not much for touch when it comes to such a simple menu, because you have to scroll up and down, and I'm also touching everything on the back here now, so probably shorting stuff or managing to get tiny voltage into the fingers, maybe. So I'm going to disconnect this, as I just wanted to see this, right? Now I remember. Use buttons to navigate. It says there too. By the way, actually, let's search for the code. So we want to find the one with. First of all, if we go to
Pandatong says.
Just need some butter for that breadboard.
Yeah, it might be a bit crunchy though, and some things might be hard to chew. So Arduino ESP, I think I put it on platform IO. And here we can see. So let's search here for. I do need to look more for this one too. What was that? on the network drive. Well, let's see now. I'll have to check that. So, touch test.
Dylan Kaiser says, "Hey Fixit, I just got 100% on my cybersecurity quiz."
Ah, congratulations! What quiz was it? I'm looking for the files. And let's see. Search.
Cybersecurity and healthcare, first one.
Okay, I don't know anything about it, but you can tell me, please. So let's see here. Haven't used this in a bit. Find text. And
So it's about how
play video.
hospitals get subjected to cyber attacks and how to prevent them.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm like thinking, where did you find the test to make? Or to do? And can people just go in and do a test and see if they know something, or is this like a certification? So play video as a text. So if we search in Platform.io for this, we should probably be able to see stuff. Because this is a string that's printed on the screen here, right? So is it on Zoom? Yeah. You just have to hold it up to be able to show that play video. There. Zoom. Yeah, so I'm copying files from the kid's computer to this new one. Okay, so nothing there. Because I kind of want to find that one. I wasn't very organized with the first tests because I was just overwriting in the same project. But SRC should be the like projects. What happens if I click this one? So we have two open now of the same. No, this one's display tests, and this is. And here we have main CPP. Yeah, this is a current program. And earlier on this one, what did I do? Oh, this is with the touch calibrate and everything. And it's still in here, it's commented the bits, I think, that... Oh, right. So I changed to TFT print from it being serial. Right, because this is an example that exists in... yeah. So this is not specific to the library or anything. Here's our pinout exactly on our project, on the new one.
Matantai 1001 says yay. Tantai1001 says awesome e.
Hi, welcome in. Do you like this kind of stuff? Yeah, so here's a program instead that has functions for
Tantai1001
touch
says you're a hacker.
calibration and stuff. I guess we all are. I guess we all are. So this program scans Wi-Fi networks, right? And this is a modified Arduino example, or ESP32 example for Arduino Studio, which is using...
Fixerbot says.
New follower hola hola dem boys. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow. So, and I can't see like subscribes on YouTube, unfortunately. It's not been working. Maybe it works now. Maybe we should try it again. Yeah, so this is modified to use the touch screen on this one, right? So what we want to do now is to kind of merge these two projects. So this one, if I connect it to power, it will start scanning for Wi-Fi's on the screen. It says scanning here. So, and there it topped up some Wi-Fi's that it finds.
Tantai1001 says twin and handshake capture. Awesome.
Not yet, not yet. But there are projects if you want to do that. There are stuff. So we want to have a menu on this one where we can select this scan, right? To make this kind of scan. And then I'm thinking instead of having buttons that control this, we're going to have this rotary encoder so we can go up and down in the menu and select an option by clicking. So it's a rotary encoder with a button. So we'll have to make code for this, and we'll have to put cables over there, right? And then we also have a SD card reader here that I might just skip for the demo on Thursday. So we might just do that for now. So now it's scanning again here. So it keeps just scanning, like waiting a minute after it's done, and then it scans again. And that's not very useful, right? Because you just wanna scan once, and then it keeps it in memory. That's the default, and then you can do stuff with these networks if you want to. That's how the library works. And then we could, like, for example, connect to that network or whatever we want to do. You know, if we want to. I had some code up on deauth attacks, for example, right? So that's the kind of thing we want to do. But as I have a tiny talk, a little lightning talk on Thursday, I want to like limit what we go for today. So I'm thinking a little putting this kind of menu on this one, and this goes down, up, select, and back. But we don't need back, right? Because we have kind of a back option in the menu. And then we have just 3 buttons, or the rotary encoder, which is up, down, click, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I might just bring both and show this as a demo, and it's really enough to show what I want to. The thing is that I got sick, so I've not done anything for 1.5 months, and it was a long time left when I got sick, and I obviously wasn't finished 1.5 months before, right? And this is the first day now that I feel like I'm kind of back, right? So, not 100%. We started with cleaning my desk, which was a big mess. Everything just piled up on everything else. For some reason, I had 4 rolls of toilet paper instead of 1 that I usually have, like, for everything. We need
Hydrate. Hydrate. Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Hello, hello. We them boys. Thank you for the hydrate. So, yeah. So this project is organized and it is a workspace. So that is nice. Let's see if we click one of the others now, because what I want to find is the other project. Yeah, we want to open it with code.
Hola
And
them boys
this is the
says.
same.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go for it. Ask away. If I can answer, I will. Otherwise, we can Google together. So, let's see now. How many do we have open? We have only 2 open still, because that was the same project. Which is logical, because it's in the same directory. So, we have also test 2. So, we can do stuff like this. Oh. Buttons, yeah, I thought so. So this is an empty main.
Tantai1001 says, where is your new ThinkPad laptop?
My laptop is in here. I was actually streaming from this earlier today. I wouldn't say this is new anymore, but it's still not very much used. So we used this to stream from the library today.
I'm an amateur at microcontrollers etc. I want to make something that monitors my snoring / some little projects. What should I buy? I have a budget of UK 75 sterling.
Okay, so I think you can get stuff for much cheaper than that. So let's go on a detour here, right? Because this is what I'm
There's
actually.
so many options.
So let's hop to Firefox and let's open AliExpress and let's go for like ESP. No, I don't want notifications from AliExpress. It would be constant spam, right? Constant spam. So I'd get a. Depending on how serious you want to make it, you can do Arduino too. If you're new, so I'm trying to type here. Maybe Nano even. Though probably your phone can do it, right? But if you want to make a tiny project, you can get something like this. Right? So this is like €2. And then you would want something that can listen to you, right? And you would want to connect it to the pins. And you'd want something that can do analog inputs. So we can also ChatGPT this, right? So this is a good place to buy cheap stuff. If we just duplicate this and search for Arduino, it's a nice way to limit speakers to be actually or microphone for actual components instead of big things.
Are you from Norway?
I'm from Sweden. Yeah. So why did you think Norway? Because of the monies? I guess Norway also has
Kroner.
Yeah. So in Sweden we have OR in the end instead. So these are microphones, tiny microphones for tiny projects. So if we now ask ChatGPT, ChatGPT, and then we say like, I want to make a simple Arduino email project to monitor my snoring. Let's do this as an example there, right? Like it cares about spelling. Alright. Please give some basic advice. So here's the components for microphone that it's suggesting. And Nano or Ono. Ono is bigger, and Nano is the one that I Google here or search on AliExpress. Also, if you want shorter shipping dates, they have usually, if we go just to the main page, so it remembers what you've been searching on, and if you click the bundle deals, it will usually hop up here. So imagine we searched a lot for nanos, and these shipping options is usually quicker, right? But you could also go for Amazon, right, with quick shipping. So sample sound levels periodically if noise exceeds a threshold. And we can also by the way, LED indicator for snore detection, buzzer vibration monitor, light feedback. Maybe that's what you want. You can later add Bluetooth to send data to your phone, so you can like track it. You can also like, if you want some kind of like log of it, that might be smart. So Bluetooth module, like it's talking about, it's like this. Here's a Bluetooth module. I can full screen the desk. So it's kind of tiny thing too. It's much bigger. No, this, I think this note is from another thing actually. So there's also these kind of modules that you can buy. That was a tiny speaker. So if you want Bluetooth too, you just connect that. Just closing this little box again here. And there was a humidity and temperature sensor. Yeah, and would you like an outline of the circuit and pseudo
says
code
freaking
flow?
professional.
Yeah, so you can make something very simple.
Thanks for all of this, amazing.
Yeah, nothing really. I'd love to inspire people to build something. That's kind of what this is gonna be. So, yeah, Legos for adults. It'll have to be in Swedish, because so I'm gonna make like a presentation here, and I just started with the end image because that was easiest,
1001
right?
says awesome.
And then we're gonna add stuff in the middle, this kind of stuff, right? How, like some, what would you think would be inspiring? Maybe some, these are some kind of, these are things you could use, like you could use a microphone, you can use a tiny speaker, you could use lights, you can use, like, now I have stuff on this, I can't actually see the drawer under it. Let's just fix that. So we used screwdrivers a bit ago. So we could use these RGB LEDs. You can write a text on them or something. And for security people, maybe we want to change what's on these cards, right? We just connect this to this, and we can read those too. And Yeah. Oh, of course it won't fit again. Just was in there. How could it not fit? So yeah, so this is the goal, kind of this to I need to make a presentation here. So I'm like, I didn't really use this a lot, slides, but I've used, of course, PowerPoint long ago. But yeah, we'll see. So we can make the background to my set color here, the dark purple, if you want to, or we can, yeah. So this is bright light. I was more like thinking maybe I'll just do images. All of it is just images. And then I'm just talking, right? And I want to, this is what I was testing with a laptop today in the library. I was like filming this, or just the table, because I didn't bring this to the library, but just using my phone to stream when I was testing, using that phone, which is a little phone up there, to film the table from a tiny little tripod, right? The quality wasn't that good, was it? Does it matter? But at least a tiny little demo. If you only have 10 to 15 minutes, how much time do you have? But I want to have images of stuff. I want to have, I'm thinking like I could prepare nothing and just talk, but it's probably better, especially if you have time limit, not to be there like thinking, right? It's too little time, so little time. So let's check out test 5 too. See if we have any source in here. And right. I should have gone with the Total Commander, because then I can just F3 it. So now we can F3 that thing. Look. Test, draw text. Yeah, it's not the one, is it? TFT print text, media buttons. I think this is a graphics demo. SG77 demo. Yeah, from Adafruit. So that's not the one we wanted. So I think it's all in this one. No? Where could it be then? It's not in here. It's in here somewhere. So there's a robot arm code. We have a little stream robot arm. It's not been awake for like some time now. Yeah, this is for ESP32 cams. Drivers. Ducky. ESP. That's the platform I already checked. Okay, yeah, this is a viewer's code. What are these? These are anyway sketches, so that's Arduino. So the first time we connected, it didn't. We got exclamation marks USB units here from having VMware running. They were VMware units. So VMware broke it for us. And this keeps hopping up for every install. Yeah, TTS Bot is live again. Let's just go back here and so this is where is the one I renamed? Oh right, I have to click the files. Here we have several files. Let's just quickly go through these because it should probably be one of them. Play video. Here we have it. So I thought so. And then we have so CPP4 there is it's the probably the one. So let's do this. Control F, play video. Right, it's in there. And this one, no hits. This one also has play video. Test menu. Okay, so this is probably an earlier version and it's updated, right? So let's put this one back as what it was. It was .1.txt, and then we have 4. We can see here how big the code is, and if we hop to the menu one, we can see this is much longer. It also has this text twice. It has it as the main menu, and then it has. Okay, so here it is a comment telling us that if we select 0, we have a submenu. So this is the one that's actually running. Yeah. So let's rename this one now. If I read this, would I have understood it? Anyway, let's copy it. And let's paste it in the same place. And let's remove that. And as we're still using the old setup here, all right, you can see that. So this is still a program for this one. We have the same includes here, right? Because these are for this hardware. And here are the buttons. So if I wouldn't have guessed right there, we could have now seen what buttons are. Yeah, let's remove these comments. They're just bad. So as I said earlier, I don't know if you were all here then, that this was ChatGPT's example menu. I asked for an example menu because I think that making graphics for this thing is not my thing, right? And I kind of like it. It's quite nice. We can go. I told it, of course, I have these buttons for this and stuff, and it made the menu. So we can go. All right, we're already into this in the settings. So I click the back button, and then we can go down to settings, go into settings, and oh, let's select brightness here. I don't think anything will happen. Oh, it said something and then it held back. So anyway, we have down, we have up, we have select, and we have back. And that's when I thought, well, we don't need back, we can have a back option, and then we can use the rotary encoder as a quicker way of doing it. Even if this would make, maybe, if we wanted to make our device look like a little tiny game in this little box, then maybe the rotary encoder would not be the most natural. But I think it's the easiest thing. So I actually have even the SD card reader hole here. So this is just the box where it arrived in, and here are screws to fasten the display. So it was in here. It's just much easier to program it when it's like this instead. So later I will have to desolder these pins and solder little cables instead, right? That'll be better. So, because otherwise it won't fit, or it might fit, but not as pretty. Especially if you want to put more cards and stuff in there. And my brain just said you can put shrink tube around the boards you want to answer. Yeah, but it will probably get warm, the little ESP, and include it in a bunch of that. So brain, I don't think it was a good idea. So we don't want the processor in a tight space, right? We could put a little. Yeah, that's not what I'm supposed to do now. Yeah, so this is also, I told it my layout and it tried several times and failed. Right, yeah, it was. I kind of almost end up being so annoyed at ChatGPT. Anyway, we got this working finally, and it's so odd that it's already on Thursday when it was last time I was doing this. It was like 2 months until the time. So I had different plans now for what to do. But now it'll be like trying to get people started in doing hardware stuff because it's very fun. It's much fun, lots of fun. So also we will change the code of how the menu system works because I don't think it's very smart, right? It will have done something stupid there. I think I remember looking at the code and being like, oh my god, you know? And also when you select an option in the second sub menu, then it hops back to the start, right? So it's not like when you've done this, maybe you want to do this kind of thing. Hop into a logical place. So we will do the logic, but the graphical design of how a menu can be done with the functions out of the library. That is the bit that's interesting here, right? That is the TFT set, text color, TFT print, and in this case just some dots, is there, or just spaces? So yeah, I get it. This is the selector. So this is what's shown in front of the selected menu item here. There's a little arrow that goes up and down. So it's the code printing this, and of course it needs to not be the text there, right? After. So I'm assuming without reading that if, yeah, it's current selection, then it prints this, else prints nothing, meaning it prints nothing on all the lines that are not selected. Maybe this is good enough. Draw setting menu, set title text 1. Yeah, and also if we only write the menu and we don't write any other stuff, we don't need to set the text to 1 all the time, right? Because it will be 1. So when we build the full program, this will become like clear. So I'm thinking, do I have enough time until Thursday to both make a little like a little presentation of how to get started with this and fix this one to have a menu. I should be able to do that. You know, it's Monday today, right? We have, assuming that I'm feeling good, we have tomorrow, and then we have Wednesday too. And also, there's seeing if we power this from another 9 volts than this, right? Will it also work? So this is not connected to the computer right now. If I pull this out, it will stop working. And this is actually hot. We could also get 12 volts from this. This is 12 volts too, but this power supply is not even enough to work. Well, I guess it worked, but when I looked at it, it went up and down, and up and down, up and down. It was very funny. I'm gonna go see if I have a. Oh, right. 12 volts, that's what all my rotors have. And this is what we have to fix this with some glue. So let's hop to this. And this is. So when I was cleaning the desk, I saw that I had that and that. So I put them in the this is stuff we're doing stuff with right now, right? And this needs to be just glued together because it's maybe you don't want it to be like this, the power for the Raspberry Pi. But these are broken off. So there's no pins on that side. So probably shipping this thing from China, AliExpress purchase works great, but obviously this doesn't work fine enough. But that's not what I was going for. I was going for like this one. So let's look at this. I need a preview. Show me a preview. So, gosh. Oh? No, I read the wrong place. Come on. 12 volts, 1.5 amps. So, click and click. Scanning. Meaning I don't have to drag that thing over there to their office. And we have success, right? So stealing from one of the rotors we're looking at. So is this the one even? Maybe. So they all seem to use 12 volts. Here's the Raspberry Pis too. So I think this is the one that had. Oh, it has a SD card even. I bought these nice little very cool aluminium boxes. No fans from AliExpress too. And here's one with the GPIO cable attached, so we can use pins with a Raspberry Pi. And we tested some stuff, input and output there, and we were going to do that, and we haven't done it yet. So, oops, and this is my little power up there.
Tantai 1001 says bang bang bang.
Bang, bang, bang. All right. Haven't tested this thing. So, if anyone sees one
Tantai
of these
1001
with
says never see woman
1080,
have a lot tech thing backslash.
that's odd. I don't get it. Don't everybody have this stuff in their drawers? This is what everybody has in their drawers, right? I don't get what their drawers for. If this is not what you have in your drawers, what do you have in your drawers
Marcy
then?
Pops is set.
I don't get it.
Sure.
Oh, by the way, this is a remote control for the microscope. So you can actually do stuff with. I don't think I ever used it. You can like turn the image around. Why you wouldn't want to do that? Why would you want to do that? It has a USB on top there. Ah well, let's forget about that one. So now we have 12 volts from a little adapter instead here, which is kind of nice. So the little adapter. Let's untangle the cord, by the way. So I rather bring this in my computer bag on the train than bringing a whole power supply, even if it's a tiny one. So probably easier to untangle that side. There. Oh, that's interesting. So I didn't check the power status.
Tantai 1001 says a lot of thing. Tantai 1001 says yaya yaya.
Woo, 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 woo. This is a preview, by the way. So it's back. Okay, it was just like a network glitch. It's live. It's scanning. So, what was I going to go get before I just happened to see this one in the drawer? Yeah, it was that adapter, and we did that too. Okay, so glue. I was gonna get glue. I'll go get some glue. En sån där liten limflupp. Jag har en kontakt som har ramlat isär. Va? Lim. Superlim? Superlim. Fanns det någon på G? Ja, du får ha ett. Jag tar den bara så har du kvar hela bilden. Så, okej den. Det är en sån här strömknapp, du vet, en sån här liten strömbrytare som man bara måste säga.
Tantai 1001 says I wish my mom like you hoo hoo hoo.
So, yeah, we're getting super glue. So we don't want to super glue this stuff, right? So let's better move this out of the way. And also bring back the little blue thingy. Use this back of this if I don't want to break stuff.
Tantai 1001 says my mom cut internet cable because I used computer when I was kid OMMG.
I imagine a lot of people want to do that, but they might not do it, right? Oh, the grapefruit ones are so good. I love grapefruit. So maybe we'll do this, and I can show you really how bad it was, right? Or this. So that one's obviously broken off here, right? So these holes are okay, that's broken off, and it arrived like this. Right there, there's that side kind of opens and falls apart, right? So we just need to put some glue on that side. The question is that enough? It'll have to be enough. So one of these have nothing in it. I'm like, if we put something in there, there's a bigger thing to attach to. And of course, the little button. Let's go a little further so we can see more. So little button goes in the little thingy. Yeah, it's not actually more stuck than this. So it's just sitting like this. Seriously? We have to test it before glue. So I kind of think there was something on top of this. It's just like this. So I have another one. So the reason that it goes like this, right, by itself. And I guess part of that is that this is actually not attached inside, right? If it was attached and this was the only thing loose, the lid, then it wouldn't go up like that. So this is how it's attached. So we can't even put this one firmly in here. Well, we can put glue on these, right? And glue that to there. We can do that. Let's actually start with that. Or should we like fill this up? We can just put glue there because it's not gonna stick. I mean, it's going to take less space when it's dry, right? I'm assuming. So I'm thinking of just putting some paper in there so there's something to attach to. Like, let's just put some tiny little bit of paper in there. So now I suddenly feel like a dentist because this made me feel dentist, right? Come on. It keeps hopping up at once. Oh yeah, doesn't ever hop up that, does it? So what if I roll it first and just stick it in? Total fail. That's a total fail. So this is annoying. And I don't even have a preview so I can see what I'm doing wrong. Let's get another preview. Oh, that's great.
Hola Hola and Boys says,
Yeah.
do you have a Discord?
So there. Double. Welcome in there. So this was not the most efficient material, right? What else could you put in there? Should I just put some glue? I just want something tiny for it to attach to. It doesn't have to be a lot. So, oh, I actually got the paper in there now. It's actually in there. So, some more tiny paper in there. So I'm just, if I'm putting lots of glue, you know, it will just, so come on, we're almost there. So I don't want to push it too far down now. I kind of want it just there. So
Pandatong says.
167 googzillion,
Panda.
500 and hello.
Hello. Hello, Panda. So now we're going to put some glue here first, right? So it can stick to this one. So when I push this down, it will stick, right? And then after we've done this, we're going to put glue on this. I just thought that it might be easier to put that there before we have this thing in the way. And hopefully this will stay there after that. So let's see if we can get glue out of this thing now. Yeah, so glue there, there, there. So all places with glue. The first one is much more glue though. So let's push this thing here. So see if it sticks. So we could have something holding this. That's not me. But that would require that I actually thought about it first, right? That one's going with the menu and that one's going with the scan still. So how many seconds do you think it says that this should dry on? So we do have a, it doesn't say any time, but I know that if you put this on your fingers, it's instant, right? If you put it on whatever you're supposed to glue, then it's not instant. I guess that's life. So I'm not gonna hold this much longer. Let's see if I let go, it just went up straight at no seconds at all. There might be this issue that this glue actually doesn't work on this material, but I'm actually going to do the second glue thingy here, and we're going to put glue here. And here. And so let's put a little glue on these two, because so I'm actually pushing the button there now, that's why it clicked. And then I'm going to do this, because this is a little clicky button just, right? Oh, this is tricky because I can't see how much I'm, yeah, you can see the color of that. I don't want to have a lot here, I just want a little bit. So if this one opens again, I want to be very surprised, right? So need to be in the right direction. So what do you think? Will it hop up when I let go again? So instant, the second I touched, did you see how my fingers stuck together there? So it's because it's outside there. And my fingers touched that for tiniest bit of time. Yeah, I think this stuck better. So you can kind of see it's already hard. So if nothing else, and we can always put more glue into this if we want to, right? And I'm gonna go and grab something to hold this together because I'm not gonna let it go and I'm not gonna hold it. So let's do that. So yeah, let's totally overdo this with giant things because why not? I'm feeling these stick better. What do you think of the proportions? So the other one too. So yeah. So both sides. That should do it, right? Let's see if there's somewhere to put this. So on something soft, so it doesn't matter that it was so different times. Good. So we're done. Back to merging these two, possibly. Part of me wants to do that too, but we also need to take some photos. I don't know what's prettier as a background, if it's just the wood, though it is my quite used desk then. If we take images here, so of course it could be like we could take a microscope and look at something like that. Now you can see there, you kind of can focus the red light here from the LED. So let's go back to the desk. There. Oh, that's interesting. There was 11 people in Twitch a bit ago, and now it's 5 when I was brewing. Yeah, that's out. Unfortunately, it's not like I'm gonna drink another one today. What happened? Sorry, I'm just trying to click. There. So, just solve your 167 gazillion 500 and hello, Panda. Yeah, so by the way, we could take the opportunity to check this out with the microscope too. Oh, I did say microscope. What did I click there? So the reason it's blue, it's because we're zoomed so much into this. This is what the display looks like on close. Interesting. So for me it's just blue, but obviously there are several colors there. So let's go up a little bit so we can see more of the text. There. Yeah, but that was interesting. That was interesting. And there we have the SD card pins. So I could remove those cables if we're not going to use that for now. So, right, let's actually go back in. It's coding time, right? We have a menu that we don't really want to use, but it is still a working example with using a TFT, but it is a different TFT, right? This is a tinier one than this one. It's like half the size, less than half the size. And we want yeah. So this one too, I have set the light of the display using this potentiometer. So this is like good. I did not have that opportunity here because it works differently, right? So I think if I unplug this one, it's all black, right? So possibly if I were to lower that, let's just put a resistor in between for a test, quick test, to see if it changes the brightness. Okay, no glosses on the head, and then they're there. So I just put one here a little bit ago. Oh, we have several here. I don't really care about the value. I just want to see something different than what we already had. Just anything. I remember us testing this before and not having a perfect success. So yeah, those two are the same. I have two values here to test with. So between 5 volts and the display's power. So we're going to, from this, which kind of looks like the whole background is gray, and it looks like that in the display too, right? So if we move this over here, oh, this is too far. Okay, I'll have to move these. So obviously nothing with that one at least. Oh,
Intantai1001 says, hello from the outside E.
hello. Oh, you're on the outside. So I turn that light off and see if there's any difference. And now I'm gonna try the other resistor. So nothing. So we kind of need the full 5 volts there. Yeah, I remember it being so it is somewhere saved on my YouTube channel, I guess, when I tested to change the values. Yeah, I'm thinking that we will give it our code, and we will just tell it to and what do you think? Which should we use, like ChatGPT? Maybe that's easiest, right? So I am a bit hungry though. So what time is it? Oh, 21:20. So it's been 5 hours. How did that happen? I don't know how that happens. It kind of tends to happen that just hours fly by, right? So we have a scanning of a network. We have a menu. We want to have the scanning of the network as a option in the menu. And then depending on the scan, we want to be able to do stuff with those values, right? And for today, I'm just thinking we want options in a menu and just one working for now. So let's say that we make the options in the menu, for example, as I had the DAuth code too, we could have DAuth as one option, a scan for Wi-Fi networks as another, and then we can like select a network and then we can DAuth that network, right? Not that we would want to demo that. If we don't demo it on our phone's Wi-Fi, of course, yeah, we could share the phone Wi-Fi. That's actually a good thing. And we could have the laptop connected there too, and another phone, which is what they are as defaults. So my tummy is kind of loud, saying it's time for food, but I think I'll ignore it for now. Let's do a connect test with this one and see if we get a connection to. I don't know if this has more than power. So a headset charging. We don't have to do it right now because, oh gosh, that was a good. It's a new cable, right? Good connection for USB, Mac USB. I'm thinking demoing this. Also, I need to install code and everything on the laptop. Gosh. So it's hard to see which window is which. I'm trying to find there. No? No? Where is it then? Here. There I can pull it. Okay, good. I just want to pick. How complicated can it be? So if I pull it here and I get main CPP, then I'm a bit surprised. Yeah. So here we have the code for the current program on this one. And this is the code. No? Yeah? Let's see. Let's scroll to the top. Here's play video. Here's this menu, right? I don't like this code though. So we have them both up. And I'm thinking that I will, as I just showed a little bit ago, we can use this ChatGPT or something to help with, in this case, getting started with stuff generally. Whenever some people are doing a project to monitor my snore, someone else to chat, right? We can do let's see if we can design another menu, and if it's prettier than this one, we will use that. We can of course change the colors here. It's white, the menu, selected option is yellow with an arrow. Then we have a blue use buttons to navigate underneath. We also need to add this button, which is a click and rotary slider. So we have up, down, and click, and hopefully these are. It's a bit bouncy here, so I don't know how good it's actually attached. It feels like it's connected. So maybe we should start with actually coding this and ask ChatGPT to do this simple thing. Please give a code for reading a rotary controller. Let's be typing it out fully
Datasets.
so it doesn't go crazy here.
Fixabit thank you for this. What a great idea. I just started doing HTTP stuff, so this is wonderful.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. So, as I call it, like Legos for adults, right? So you can put Lego pieces together. It doesn't happen a lot, right? A lot doesn't happen. Here we can just control a little menu, and suddenly it's like, stuff is happening. We could do pretty graphics on this tiny screen too, right? So we just have to know all the commands in the libraries. Rotary controller. Well, control. Let's say with a button. With a push button. The rotary controller whoosh. Better help it to spell correctly, right? Because you never know, it might not understand. We'll control a menu. Up, down, select. Back. A back option will be used to go back in the menus. Please provide code, a code example. Well, yeah, we can have that still there, it doesn't matter. Please provide a code example with some simple menus. Wi-Fi scan, Wi-Fi default, settings, snake game, right? Let's just do that.
Kintantai 1001 says.
Okay.
Bluetooth scan.
We could have also like Wi-Fi Bluetooth at the start, but I want to make it simple for it to start with. Bluetooth scan, right? So focus on the, because this is a thing I don't know how to do yet, on the rotary controller functionality. These are the already used pins, or should we say it? Say what pins it can use? No, this is easier. And then I'll just paste my list instead of reading all the pins. So let's just, that's the wrong one. So I have a full list here. All right, actually, so we have 21, 22, 16, 17, 3 pins for controller and button and its button. I'm trying to be very explicit, not assuming that it actually understood anything before. So we have 16, we have 17. So these have special functionality. All the pins have different functionality. 21, 22. And I'm assuming that it will check this, right? Oh gosh. It would be easier if they were in order, right? So those are all. And then we have like, we skip the ones that are special names. I'm gonna put them in order just because it might not be good with it otherwise. So, and 22, 25, 26, 27. And I'm so happy for all the pins here, right? So on Arduino, I used shift registers to be able to get more pins. On PIX, I mean, on PIX, not Arduino. Did I do that on Arduino too? I don't think so. So 25 and 26 was already in there. Uh, 35. And then we have 27 is already in there too. So why did I have it double? Wasn't it double? It's just me. Hmm. If you know what I did, I don't. I didn't delete them, I guess. So, the rest of the pins are used for the, we need to tell it what it does. Uh, so what does it really need to know? This is the display. Display. Let's so touch display with SD card reader. And they all do SPI, that's why there are not more pins. So one pin does several things. Yeah, right. I was starting with the SD stuff. That's what we would do in before I got sick there. And I started typing free on some, and then let's remove that free because it looks like it's not free. So yeah, find pins for rotary encoder. This is like the next step here now. Yeah. So this is an odd way of starting Wi-Fi, but disconnect means what we want to do, which is odd. because we don't want to we don't want to have it like connected to a Wi-Fi, or that's why we want it open for doing stuff. Plan. And here you can see the TFT print, and we have some other TFT stuff like fill screen with black, set text to violet. Okay, is that what I did? Is this violet? Oh, so that's why, because it's not just blue. I saw two colors, so there was the red too. But I don't know if I would call it violet. But it's obviously violet, right? Definitely very visible. It's not just blue. Blue is more obvious. It's more easy to see. So let's go back and actually send the question, right? So we'll see if it manages. You never know. It might go totally bananas. And that makes me think of food again. So while it's obviously thinking forever, no, I didn't have time to get food. Nice, there's a complete ready to flush Arduino ESP32 compatible sketch that, yeah, that's okay. I should have said, didn't say ESP32 or anything here, right? But it got it from the pins, I'm assuming. Focus on robust rotary controller, push button input for menu navigation. Rotate, up, down, short press, select, long press back. I should have said, no, I said back option to go back in menus, and still it did long press. Well. So it's sort of a fourth way. I don't know if I want that. I picked encoder pins 32, 33, and 25 from your free pin list. Change them at the top if you prefer different pins. Rotary encoder, push button, menu example for ESP32 Arduino. Rotate, short press select, long press back. That might have made it do better things with a push. So the push button here, it will need to be like debounced in some way. We'll see what it did and how it does on short and long ones. But maybe it's smarter this way for it to understand and make better code. We'll see. Wi-Fi scan, Wi-Fi deals, Bluetooth scan, snaking, focus on the rotary function. So it is put my text in there. So Arduino H. This you don't do in Arduino. This you do only when you use code and Platform IO like this. So Arduino H is already included if you use Arduino Studio. So this was surprising, as I didn't say that that's what we're using. I'm surprised that's better than I thought it would be. So ENC A pin, ENC B pin. Okay. Right. So I should have explained the pins for it. But I think that's right. Oh gosh. Encoder position and lost encoded. Yeah, I guess we just try and run this and see if it works, and then we have an example for that too in that case. The only thing that I'm not sure about is the cable. So I was looking earlier for a good cable, and I do actually have this one, which is a bought cable. So let's use this one instead of the other one I had, which is actually for charging headphones. This is a bought cable that I think is quite new too. So let's unplug the power and let's just use this one. This will not power up the display enough, I think. Yeah, so it's on for 2 seconds and then it goes blank because it doesn't provide enough power. So we could actually just pull that. No, that doesn't help. Look, we only power that thing. Do you see how the red goes? Yeah, so we don't have to power that, but I don't think that matters really now. That could be connected now, I guess. So I'm just gonna grab my multimeter for 2 seconds. Right, we need new cables last time. New cables. So if we have the multimeter now, and we have something like this on the end, then it's hard to grab on a breadboard, and you have to put a cable in there. So that's why I made these. So we have bananas on this side, then we have bananas on the other side, and then we have female to these. So we can check what's the power here. And of course we need to turn it on too. So we have approximately 5, right? So if we switch power source here now and remove this one, it was just 4.5 really. And we do this, we also have like 4.5-ish. And this is enough, it has more power. So we have more area going than this one does. So I guess I used both connected at the same time before. Let's see if this actually works here. Yeah. Let's just leave it like that. And let's turn that off because it will beep forever, right? Beepity beep. Oh. Alright, this one is... Should we turn this off? So this is a just days old cable, so it's all new and pretty and working. Let's... Yeah, I guess I could click copy code. I didn't read all of it though. Let's be quicker and not read all of it. If you want, I can replace serial rendering. What is it doing with serial? Serial begin. A touch to interrupt, digital pin to interrupt. Nice, that's how it's working. Cool. Cool. Yeah, because the rotary encoder, that's the important bit, right? I need to know how to work with it. And I was gonna do it the other way, like manual reading way, and then I was thinking we can also ChatGPT and stuff, right? So if this works, good. If it doesn't work, fine. We'll just find out to do it another way. So how did you how do you want me to connect the pins, the 5 pins of the rotary controller, because I'm assuming some need to be to ground and power. But it depends on the program, so it will have to tell us, because it didn't tell us. A, B, SV, VCC, ground, check with coder, silk screen, datasheet to match. Wire A, B, use pull up. Okay, so it maybe did it in the ESP to switch shorts to ground when pressed. So tie ground to the ESP32 ground, connect. I don't know if it has a specific ground. Only connect VCC 3.3 if the encoder or its LED explicitly needs power. Do not use 5 volts. If there are multiple ground pins or a separate switch ground, tie them all to the same common ground. Enable internal pull-ups in software. Yeah, I'm assuming it did it, probably, but I don't know if it's good enough. And external 10 key pull-ups to 3.3 volts for stable readings. Yeah, we want external stuff. This was not like obvious, but we didn't tell it exactly what we have either. But the research earlier kind of showed. The thing is that I have tabs and tabs still. I cleared out over 100 tabs yesterday or the day before. So if we select all tabs here and we go back, we can see I have exactly 400 tabs now. So like 450 or something before. Yeah. So I'm down to just 400. Just 400 tabs. I think it was more than that. More than 500. So I'm getting tired too. And I don't have the energy I usually have. I should remember that. And I need to eat. But of course we need to test this, right? So I'm thinking that the safest route to test this without breaking one of our working projects. We have 2 working projects here. So let's open a new one. So we want to clear new window here, or a whole new code. And we will make an open folder, and we will actually make a folder. Why would it want to go there? So we want to go to D. We want to go to Arduino, Platform IO, and let's make a new folder here. So this is what I mean with that I'm tired, right? Okay, why did you click away from change your name? So rotary test, not to be it hops. Why did it hop back again? So we select this folder, and in here we go Platform IO, and we want to create a new project, and we want to make a new project, and it is a rotary encoder test, and ESP 32. And I use different ones it doesn't seem to matter much. It's just mostly annoying that we need to select something. So here's C3, the new one that I bought. Expressive, let's say dev module. Framework Arduino, because that's what we're using. We're going to do later with their own expressive stuff too. Yes, we can trust this. And it's created a not in this directory though. So where did it create this one? It's not here. Where did it make this thing? Revealing File Explorer. So it's in Platform.io projects. So this might be where stuff is hiding that I wasn't able to find. This is good to know. So that would be the directory to open then. Oh, why are you on that screen? This is the screen that I wanted. So we can manually edit this file, or we can make it do it automatically. So we're going to start with editing this file and just deleting everything and seeing if I still have the paste in the memory. Yup. And then we will see if this requires anything. So it should, right? It should require stuff. It should include stuff for the screen, which it's probably should be using, right? It's just doing serial. So yeah, so it totally messed up. So there's nothing about TFT here, for example, which would be a logical name, not serial. Ah, yeah. Menu on serial. How could you do a menu on serial? Yeah. So we're going back here. I realized there's nothing about the TFT in your code. I don't. You can't have a menu. You can't have a menu on serial. We need to be able to go up and down, and we use, and I'm going to tell it so it doesn't have to be wrong about it again, right? So this is the right one. So really this line. Yeah, right. So I don't want to give it too much TFT init, TFT set rotation 1. I don't know if I want to do that though. TFT init, let's do something basic like TFT set text fonts, TFT println, example for ChatGPT. So if it doesn't set the font size, it will default, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, and since the scan is so long, that's why I use the rotation there. So I haven't decided. I kind of thought of having it this direction, you know, but the scan information is so long, and it's easier to read if it's just columns. You can also have it pressed and scroll. So you could have it scroll up and down when you don't press, and press and scroll to scroll the other direction to show all of the scan. That would be bad. No, it should be simple, right? Then it's too much information to fit. But the problem I have, of course, is that I have had it rescan every minute, and then you don't have time to read it all. But also I've had tiny text. Yeah, we'll see. Let's help it a bit more. Yes, we are using AESP32 in platform IO. Platform IO Arduino style. Yes, you're right, because that's the kind of code it gave us. I realize there's nothing about the TFT code. We can't have a menu on serial. And then I give it code to use. And is there anything else that was like missing from its code, right, that we can help it with? Because I asked it to focus on that, but I thought that it would still put the TFTS. It's impossible to make a menu on serial. Let's accelerate it up. There's a version of the same rotary menu, not drawn directly, now drawn directly to your TFT SPI display. This example keeps the focus on your rotary control, and simple menu navigation will clean redrawing when you rotate or press. Oh, I didn't tell it not to do a long press sign. So it remembered the menu, and it gave the encoder pins in a nicer way. Into an actual settings submenu. So copy. So the old code was kind of crappy, but the sad thing with this is that you can't trust that it didn't delete half of its previous stuff, right? So there might be stuff in here that was better than what we have now. But it's still in the chat. So now we have TFT, right? So process encoder handle button delay. That's good. And as we can see at once, this code looks much shorter than the previous one. So I do assume that if I just undo this, yeah, you see this code without it adds stuff to the new one. So let's go back to the new one and let's see what is not existing. It is this. So we need to add that one. And that we go and check the platform IO. And this one, what I have included. So we have two libdepths here, but one is for the SD. So this is what we need. So we just, oh, that one. We just add this. So might as well have an indent there because it'll probably be more later, right? And now it's updating itself. And the squiggly will disappear. Right. What I'm thinking now is, yeah, I was thinking, all right, I have this on video now, and then I'm like, all right, there's a big image on top. So if I want to do this and show it on video for the yeah, that's because I searched for TBT. So let's check its code before we run it because I don't trust it at all. So it has a debounce. It has a long press. I don't know if I agree about the long press stuff, but if we can have 4 functionalities from one thing, that is better than having 4 buttons with 4 functionalities and having to find them in the dark, maybe, you know? And that's also why we don't want to have touch. Especially little big fingers on a tiny display, like my finger on this, right? Or even the thumb. On this it will be even more. But it's not touch, that one. So I'm not checking all the things. It's made a little array of little strings there, show stars. Iron After. Well, process encoder handle button delay. Okay, so process encoder and handle button. It doesn't seem to be anything. Drawing anything. Draw menu is here. So I'm assuming that those process encoder will actually draw the menu. Yeah, that's not pretty. Not pretty at all. Process encoder handle button. It also does draw menu in if and else, but not in. Okay. So it doesn't want the menu drawn more than it has to, but it does it every time it runs this anyway. And I'm assuming no pauses in here. There's a delay here. We can't have a delay in here. Well, let's just run it. We can't use this code. Should I run it anyway? Yeah, let's see if it works. because then it has the like the base functionality of it working. Of course, we need to connect first, and this thing is in the wrong place because that will be mega long cables. I guess we use mega long cables, right? So how many do I have left of the ones I made for this thing? We can make new ones. And yeah, I think we need to make new ones. What colors do we want? Do we want colors? Red or maybe this should be like in the middle instead. I could go and grab some of those cables, ready-made cables. I think I used them here anyway, right? On this one, it's my cables, and that's ready-made ones. So I grab from the long ones 5. No, not 5. Pins. It has the pin listing, right? I'm just blind. 32, 33, 25. So 3 long cables. And some food. Nah. So, yeah, my tummy isn't talking. So why does all of the cables that come with stuff have female when I all use male? The breadboard stuff. So there are 3 ones. Oh gosh. I need to get these to go to bed. Please go to bed. And nice. So good. Let's get you. Don't go to my. So it's 15 now. Time flies, right? So, unfortunately, these were not the keyboards, the colors I would have chosen, but what else? So we have what I need now is actually in the file about these. So we're going to grab. I know we already hopped on AliExpress, but let's do orders. So this will be arriving soon. It's an enter the country. So it's these short pins with magnetic foots. Like this, that you can bend and hold stuff. And they were cheap. So 2 of these for $4 each, and 1 of these with the box, 12, and those 12 type 2. So we can have order and stuff. Here's the rotary encoder. Yeah, I don't care. I want the manual, stupid thing. That was the first time. So where's the other rotary encoder? This is bad. So I want the information on this still. I don't care if it's unavailable. This is horrible. So now I want support people, help center. No, not in that page. I wanted another. So I know you can chat with them. We've done that before. Product issue maybe? And then it opens a new tab. There it is. So was it here? No, but here it is. So no, this is not the product. No. Do you have question about the following issues? No. No, it's none of these. Service record. Write your question. I can no longer see the specifications of the rotary coders I bought since they are no longer sold in my region. I still need to see the specifications. This is horrible. Fix it. Quick, please. Very please. So they will just get people that are annoyed, right? What happened? I did copy, but maybe I cut it then? Current service language English. You can click the little button to switch language. So meow.
Chato says. Meow.
Here's a link. Thanks a million.
How are ya?
Oh, I'm good. I say I'm good, but as long as I'm not doing too much. Yeah, I'm so much better. So much better. If you didn't know, I was sick. I got pancreatitis, so inflammation in the pancreas, and it's annoyingly slow to get rid of all the pain. So otherwise, I'm good. It might take 2 minutes, and I would appreciate.
Oh, hope you get better soon.
No problem. Yeah, so being kind is good here. Oh, maybe you can't see it. I'm just. So the thing is that I wanted to check the specification of the thing I bought, and I get this. Like, yeah, but I didn't buy this, and I want to see the information about this thing. So thank you. No. So this is why we're chatting here to their support. 24/7 support.
Bruh.
Yeah. So I had the pin out and stuff before, what the pins mean, and everything. So it's this rotary encoder here, with this little button. And if I look back in the right stream, I can probably see me looking at this page, seeing the data. But that's not the way to go, right? Is it? So she's typing. Here's what I found out. I appreciate your patience. Here's what I found out. This is really sounding like an AI, right? But I know it's been humans
Day
before.
law. Translated from Dutch.
This day. Oh, da. Okay, so that's Dutch. Now we know. I know Dutch now. So warranty. Yeah. I need the electronics details for my electronics project. Which is kind of what we use AliExpress for, right? Buying electronics components. Come on. Don't give me this will take a whole minute to get answer to.
Da dit da da dit da dit dit da.
What can this mean in Dutch? I don't know yet. We'll see what the translation is. The Ditadit language, maybe. I see. Let me check on my end. Maybe it's time for me to go and microwave something while she's thinking. Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Beeping randomly. Happy cat face emoji.
I'm
Happy cat
thinking
face
maybe it
emoji.
would translate
Happy
it
cat
again.
face emoji.
Yeah, so maybe it would think it's Dutch as it thought it was Dutch. It said read last time it read then this day. Yeah. Oh. Oh, sorry for going over the top there. Apparently, the audio got bad. Come on.
Anyway, Dad buy new ones. Happy cat face emoji. Translated from German.
Yeah? So now it's actually words it's translating. So, how long do you think this will take? Will I have time to go down, open the freezer, get something out of there, put it in the microwave? Because that's like when I'm thinking for dinner when it's past 22. Thank you for waiting. Well, it's not like I have much options. Carrie? So remember last time I spoke to them.
Don't go down. You need to stay up and running. Happy cat face emoji.
Yeah. Anyway, last time when I said like thank you at the end, they were like, "Oh, thank you," very like they never had anyone say anything nice or like thank you, or everybody just yelling at them. After checking here on the description and specification of the order, here's what I got. Oh, look, 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 look. We're actually getting stuff. So this is great, actually. So we're going to. So when I clicked it, it went down again in size. Well, save images. And let's put those on the desktop so we can see them clearly. And let's make
Need to
sure that
leave.
they were actually
Train ends and
saved.
I need to go home by car.
Ooh, okay, okay. Oh, so you've been on the train. Ah, so thank you very much for being here, and hope to see you soon again. Yeah, watching Twitch and simultaneously driving a car might not be the best thing. So we have actually got some information from the mirror. Yeah, so this is the one we have, but the pins of the legs, they are different, right? Or they, I mean, they're the same. Oh, we have one with a push button. 2 holes, 3 holes, and they're A, B, C, D, E, but we don't have any information on what A, B, C, D, E is. But that's possibly default names, but let's answer them. Uh, thanks a million. Let's overdo it. Does it say what the letters mean? Also, you need to unlock the page. The pages so we can see info on things we bought. It should just say it's not available to buy. We still need to see the pages. Let's actually put that later. And so she can focus on the actual question first, right? Because we have a question, we're not finished, right? So I'm going to unplug the USB for now. And let's run that program instead. You can keep scanning. Yeah, now we get that. I should be the one who thank you for being kind to me. So it doesn't feel like they're used to someone being like just normally nice. So she did that was what I needed the most, right? The image of with the pin out, these pins are these. And right, I can see that in the image. So I now know which of these are which, right? With the letters. And then they need to fix this. So we need to be able to go in and see on things we order what specifications there are. It's confusing me with it's called Eva, which is a normal Swedish name, common. Sorry, we got only have limited access on our end. If you wanted to check what is the specific meaning of the letter, the suggested content to the seller. Have you tried to? No. You need to unlock the pages so we can see the info on things we bought. It should just say it's not available to buy if it's not. We still need to see the pages. Thank you. Oh, my keyboard skipped again. Got English keyboard and I got the wrong characters. So, no. Shift, Control Shift doesn't do anything. Okay. It's just 2 now. As my computer's become a bit funny. I know you can see that corner down here, but it's switching keyboards sometimes. Let's see. Thanks for that information. If you ever need us again, I'm not done. I need this information. I need you to show me that page, please. So I'm saying that, but I think we can manage. And I think we could have looked at the default layout of this kind of component too. But I kind of prefer if we can have the actual information, right? And when this is done, I need to go and just microwave something, which will take 2 seconds to start, and then I'll check it back when it's done in 12 minutes. Thanks a million. Again. So this will just take half a minute or something. She will probably need moving is not everything to me, right? No. So shout if she finishes. Types something. Plus stuff at night too. Like, let's see. 12 minutes. I'll actually do it I haven't even painted the filters when the stream started. I realized. I have not eaten anything. I've eaten one thing. 6 hours. Looky, we're getting some stuff. Especially, is there no text? I'm sure I read about the pens. Let's actually have a question mark on the question. So, and thank you. She could say just go to the people who sells it. It's not I can't do anything now. So let's grab these images too. Oh gosh. Did I mess up now? Forward. Yeah, it's still going there. USD. Yeah. Good. There is no text there. If you want a specific description regarding the order, we do recommend you. Thank you for the help. Please ask the right people to fix this big problem bug on the site. Thanks. And that's there. We can afford 3 hearts, they're not expensive. So, more likely that she actually does, right? We actually solved the problem. So, that we're done with. This we can't do a thing about. More than ask for help. Oh, maybe we can do stuff about this. Did you see that? It actually started to load, and then this popped up. So we're not supposed to have to hack the page, right? Or say that we're in another region, which would probably be the easiest. You're so nice and kind. I wish all customers were like you. Consumer as well, truly sorry for that you have experienced. But this feedback will be not in vain. We will take note of this matter so we can work on this and prevent from happening again to our valued customers like you. Thank you. And not an AI, right? An AI wouldn't type like this. So, thank you. Goody goody. So, I will try to Google for information. If I can't find it, I will ask again. Thanks, and have a good. And I don't care about the spelling mistake. Then they know we're human, right? We're also human. So, we prove it by spelling wrong. So, yeah, let's just F5 this thing. Did we see any images there this time? I don't think it's worth it. Let's grab her other image. Let's open in a new tab this time. Oh, that's what we got. So click, right click to save image as. And this time it stays up because it's in the history now. And I closed the chat by mistake going back. I don't know, but we have those images at least. So, oh, this one and this one. Yeah, the background, that's what I got before. There will be a short story survey after a chat. No, I'm not gonna do that. Nah, I'm gonna do that for now. Let's check this, by the way. Just checking that everything is working as it should. It seems to be. Oh, right. Yeah, I have a preview on. Good. So, and scan. I see here. So it spoke before about A and B, right? Wire A, B, and the button is just 2 pins with a connection or no connection, so it doesn't matter which is which there.
Be do kappa lol.
Doobie doobie doobie. Doobie doo. Ah, so you're not driving. Are you back? Have you driven all the way home and you're at home now?
I'm
Yeah.
home.
Welcome back. So I actually have something in the microwave too. So I am getting clothes. I just put one of these little Thai boxes frozen in the microwave. So I do like half speed for 12 minutes, and then it's not like cold in the middle and burnt. So does it say anything? Yeah, it's A, B, button, right? And I'm quite sure we got the images. So, by the way, here are the meetup images. No, that's from her. Here. So this is from the Hack the Box meetup. So, we had a Halloween theme. I even dragged like a... Yeah, that's not a Halloween image. Unsave changes, not close. So here we have those. So we have A, B, C. I wouldn't have guessed this, right? So this is very valuable. And here we have the D, E. That those are just open or closed. There no direction or anything there. But the A and B, we kind of need to know this, right? And this one seems to be the same, except it doesn't have the little switch image there. So, but this is more like ours, but it doesn't matter. Let's close that. So A, B, C. So I'm assuming from the top here, that should mean that that's A, that's B. So let's put a little A. And actually, the 3 are on this side. I didn't actually look button on the other side. So yellow is usually what I use for 12 volts, right? So now we happen to have this color here. So we have A and we have B. And orange is also like colorishy. And just one of these. Let's take the one closest to this. So we can put these in here on the pins where we need. That means that the orange one is A then, because it's rotated 180 degrees. So A, it wanted it to go to which pin? Which pin? A to 32. So I can see 32. It's there somewhere. If I'm thinking if I like move these, I probably would want to move that. So that's 32. And then we have B going to 33, which is just next to it. That's why I put 32 first. So, then we have 25, which is the next one, right? So this won't do a thing because it's nothing on the other side. So that's why I asked it, how do you want the rest of the pins connected? Because it depends on the code, and I didn't want to read all the code. So let's go down. I think I actually asked that before I asked for new code, right? So how do you want me to connect? So A, C, OK. Is it really that? I don't know. So the push button, VCC. Yeah, it's not like that. Yeah. No, no. So our rotary encoder is not a um, module. Just making sure you didn't assume this. There, yeah. Because there it looked like it, yeah. It still say clock. I don't think there's a clock in there. The pin names you're using makes me think you still talk about a encoder with a ship equals a module. This is just the rotary encoder and no ships. It equals, it has pins A, B, C, D, and E, where D and E are sides of the button equals to, let's do parentheses, open or closed connection. So we need to connect the other side with a resistor to GND or power. The A to C have the rotary encoder. Well, let's hop back to the image and see what we know about this. So this is mostly talking about the outside of it, right? But we know that there's stuff happening in it. And I don't know exactly what it's like inside it. And that's why we asked for this code from ChatGPT. I don't know in detail how it works, but I did read something about it. So perfect. It's a plain mechanical encoder. No shift, no pull-ups, just switches. Yeah. So ground. One side of the first rotary contact, one side of the second rotary contact. Common pin. Yeah. And I'm sure we can connect that to ground, and then it can sense ground, but yeah. Since these are mechanical contacts, enable these with their internal pull-ups. Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. If they go ground, they need something. Ground under. Yeah.
What do you think about
Okay.
this computer? Greater than Xeon E5
That's
2630
good.
V2, 64 GB registered ECC, RTX 3060.
Yeah. So I don't know the processor. But let's Google that one. So benchmarks. So first, it usually would say, right, what's it similar to. We'll have to compare it to something. It's 2013, so it's not mega new. So you could also compare it to others. So I think we can maybe use this number and just compare it that way too. So as long as you're using multi-threads. So I think 64 is enough, depending on what you do. Big RAM. And that's probably a better graphics card. It's much newer than my 1080.
VR Mechatronics says. Cato Ryzen 5700X for this RTX 3060.
Yeah, so this processor is a bit old. 2013 is like 12 years ago, so it's very old. Mine I think was 7 years old, and again I think it's old. But also my computer doesn't work very well, so yeah, let's do mine just for fun, right? So
Cato says.
can I
Got
copy
that
that?
computer
I have
as
to
a
copy
CPU RAM
this.
mainboard bundle,
Gosh.
GPT a case for it, and put the 3060 in for graphics. Yeah, the
Yeah,
CPU
yeah.
is a bottleneck, but it works and it is able to do some VR gaming, not tested yet.
Cool. Yeah. So I thought I'd compare it to mine, but I don't have one that type at all. That's too much work. Yeah. So if you all computers that you get for reasonable money, and 64 is definitely enough memory, right? So you don't need more, unless you're doing lots of virtual machines or something, right? Yeah. Oh, here are these, by the way. So one was 26 and one was 24. I don't know why these prices are higher. So that's the total prices. And these might have made my soldering iron work. The tips were much more expensive and that didn't help because they oxidized instantly. We'll see. We'll see when we solder next time. By the way, I threw this one in the trash, or actually I said put it on, like, give it to Red Cross or something pile. Gave it away some time ago. So there's
VR
one of
Mechatronics
the
says.
new ESPs, and here's the
Cato
other.
3060 can code and code for streaming, but 5700X can simultaneously with RTX 3060.
Yeah, that depends if you're going to stream or not, right? So if you're going to play games. Yeah, so my 1080 can't do all the cool
Cato
new
says.
stuff.
I got 2 old Xeons with board and some RAM and 4 low profile 4-port gigabit NIC for 20 including shipping.
So 20 like dollarish. That's, yeah, that's good. That's the if it was 20 Swedish, it would be even better, which would be $10. Yeah, so this is okay. Yeah. So when we have a pop through to the ground, the pull up won't do its thing because it's harder
VR
for
Mechatronics in my
the,
case it just needs to encode
it
the
will be
NDI
go to
stream from my
ground.
gaming rig with NVENC and then send it to Twitch. Tested it, worked great.
Okay, cool. So do you stream? If you stream, you know, you can always do a shout out, and I have to go check your stream. You say me, yeah. So assuming its code works,
Well, that mostly Beat Saber though lol.
since if you see, okay. I will follow everybody. We have to go check out the Beat Saber skills here. So follow there. I'm following
VR
you now.
Mechatronics says. Kato, I know RTX 3000 can't simultaneously code and encode, that is reason why Steamer use it with Ryzen's 5000.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm so far I'm an Intel girl. Yeah, I haven't used any AMDs at all. Or I think I might have once and it wasn't good. Or my old laptop actually. It's like here. Currently it's like a book support. More like a support for other stuff that will fall if I lift it up. But it's an AMD in there. And it's horrible. It's so slow. That's totally AMD's fault, right? It's not its age or the amount of memory, its non-existing graphics card, that kind of thing. Though it actually says NVIDIA on it. So everything NVIDIA makes is obviously great gaming cards, right? But it's kind of looking funny. Yeah. Yeah. To A and B for stronger pull-ups. So our capacitors from A to ground for smooth bouncing. Yeah, we could do that if we need to. This is good. This is correct. Will the current code work with this? Yes. So that's what it assumed. Good. Yeah. So we have the rest of the pins here, where to put them. And I'm assuming it's already had the pull-ups, but I think we will have to add it. Though, even though it's a yes, right? Because it will assume that we added these lines to the code. So let's go to Untitled Workspace. Sounds like the new one, right? So do we have any pull-ups here? No pull-ups. I'm just making sure I put it in a good place too. Let's put them there. So pin mode. I don't think that's how you do it. I am hungry, very hungry. Food is not eaten yet. I am insanely hungry now. Should have done that earlier. So let's copy this. Can I select this and copy? So we're going to copy one of those lines and send the error message. Outside of a function. Okay, so it wants it inside a function. Okay, yeah, sure, we can do that. Yeah, I've done too much Python, but I'm kind of thinking of those as information, but it's actually calling a function. Too much Python brain. So, yeah. Very obvious. So, where do we have setup here? So here we have pinup. Right, so here they actually are. So they're already there, only they're called this. So
Cato says,
we just need to change these
need to
two.
go. Got notified that a new alpha build of a game got released and I want to test it out.
Okay.
See you next time.
So maybe you'll even be streaming. Will you? So, thank you for being here, and good luck with the game, and hope it works.
Nah, not to his compliant game.
Oh, that sounds odd. Okay. Alpha build of a game. Hope the alpha works. Good luck. So, I don't know what the terms of service is. So, maybe it's just secret, since it's an alpha. Is that it? So, yeah. No, I didn't really read all the code. I just think that we want to see first if its code works, and if it works, then I can learn from it. Yeah, and this is, yeah. So it gave me good info again. So let's actually connect C and one of the pins. It doesn't matter which one to ground. The ones we have not connected to anything. So I need 2 more.
It's a Patreon only build. I literally pay for alpha access. But Twitch doesn't like the game itself.
Okay, so it's two kind of reasons. Maybe the game itself would have just liked to have some more info. So we're going to connect 2 cables. I'm just going to grab 2 cables, and then I'm kind of hoping that my code will be ready to. Hey love, har du hört något pip från mat? Nej, jag tänkte. Jag ska gå och kolla den. Tack. So let's see if we can find 2 little black cables. And we'll do 2 blue.
It's a P game. So.
Ja. Han gör det. Jag håller på och bygger det där. Okay. So my other kid, but shouldn't really have fallen asleep yet, did too. So we want this one to go to ground, and there actually this is connected to ground too, as you can see. So I'm just gonna make sure I'm actually seeing the little pin there going. That's the right spot. So I'm gonna put it like this way. The reason for this, let's do the same here. So these are not in the way of this as the others are. So we can actually use this. So we're going to load the new program, the ChatGPT one, and then we'll see if it works or not. And we're going to disconnect this one from the computer, which is the only thing that powers it. So that goes dark, because we don't want the computer to be confused on what to program. Then I have to set a setting instead, which works too. So the screen goes black when I connect this always. Or black and white rather. So new cable connected to USB hub, which has been, it kind of works with the camera right now because this works, right? So better not touch that USB cable. This is it. So that one I'm going to remove folder from workspace. So now we only have the Rotary encoder test. So I'm going to save workspace as Rotary encoder test dot code workspace. And why have it in SRC? Well, it's where it's putting it by some odd reason. Well. So it's loading home again. So we have 2 home up. So this yeah, I read bits of it. I'm not gonna read all of it. I just want to see if it works or not. And if it works, that's good. If it doesn't work, that's bad. So let's just click the upload button and see what happens. It won't be visible if it works or not until we unplug this, because this won't work until this power is the only thing powering it. And if I remove that one, this still doesn't work. So in file included, touch is not defined. Yeah, we don't have touch and stuff in there. That's correct. So I'm assuming the other warning was also a correct one. So this, we're not using the touch, we're not using the SD card. We're just using the display. And it's writing, so we had a connection. The cable is good. Success. So then we unplug and we see what happens. So let's do a little reset this way. So it seems not to be doing much at all. So data got verified. So we have to read the code now. So let's, that annoys me, that bright light. So far we only managed to destroy our working one. So let's actually do a test and see if we can get back this one. So I'm going to instead run that on this one. So we'll just upload this instead. And the platform IO says COM9, so we'll see if it's the right port. Oh, okay. So this is not correct then. We have red here. So something is not right. I don't think I changed this. So it's saying it has a parenthesis too little. So let's count them. Here we have the start of Wi-Fi scan. Here we have the start of the if. And if in here has correct parenthesis, and then we have another if, which doesn't end. So here we have the problem. Oh, I started making file stuff. So that's why it's not actually correct code. So, but we're also going to comment all the file stuff. And I do prefer line comments. So, do we have any more file stuff? We do. Is there anything here? SD. So the SD stuff here is also file stuff, because that's where we have to save the files later. And then we have this line. Yeah. And we have pins to add. My brain's saying 31, 32, and 25, these three. So, rotary and encoder, and I'm gonna add lock connection when I remember it. So 30 A, B, button. I'll say A, B, button. There. I have to go check my food. I need food. I need food. Oh, the phone was so dumb. I knew it was. So I didn't hear anything. I asked my hubby if he heard it. He didn't either. So the microwave was definitely beeped without us hearing it. Well, we were not hungry. We were blocked by the noise. So let's see here. So, So there's a very strong chili in this, so I'm gonna actually put a little sound before I bring it up. Put some of the hot sauce out, just a little bit. There. That will be chunky. So I'm going to make this should have even more clear. But before I go to bed, so he's sleeping time as well. That's why I would do that. Okay, let's eat more. Oh, gosh. I do love tummy pain still. It's what it is. It sounds like I don't like it downstairs. So, some nice Thai food, perfect to pour on the electronics, right? So it will have to cool down a little bit more. I feel that. So I'm gonna split the rice here a little bit. So now it's close. I can smell it. So yeah, I should have actually clicked upload, right? But we need this in. This is the last micro USB one I bought, right? I'm not gonna do that again. It's nice to have all the same. I definitely have more than this one now. So upload. And of course it will compile it first. I remember testing before. Compiling. It doesn't include SD card stuff because we're not using it. So now it's talking about SD FAT stuff. So come on, we're not using this. Wi-Fi we do use. Well, we're not actually using it right now, but we will. There's Wi-Fi? All right, I went back to my normal one. Yeah, now I remember. I was like, what? There's Wi-Fi? Okay, low battery. I'll fix that. That one was in the way of this. Writing. You see how much longer this program is, right? But I think it might be bringing stuff that I'm not using though. I just commented all but the include of the SD stuff, right? So the reason why we're doing this is to make sure I can demo this and that it works. So plugging this in and pulling this out. I'm actually the other order. So it's scanning the network at once, so it works. And the other one is on top of this. So it works. So we're back to working for this program, right? So we also confirmed that we have a good cable. Really confirmed it. So let's go back to the other project, which is now called Rotary Encoder. So we keep them organized in a good way. So later when I want to open this, I will just be able to go to Rotary Encoder test, right? And we should make a new actual project for combining these two later, so we can have these as functional separate things when this works. So, as I have gotten the screen to work, we need to like just make sure that this is actually correct. So I use this one. These two are for this. Right. I now know what is the problem, because when you do this, you need to use this. So I'm putting it here too, and I like 9341. We need to edit files in the files, of course. Pio, libdeps, espi. So now I'm curious why this one shows up. Warning. Yeah, that's just a warning. So we know about the warning. Was it TFT drivers? So you can see we have several here, right? They're different. So we need to make sure it uses the right one. User setups. Yeah. And this one is like 42, which is funny because, you know, this is the one we want to use. User setup ID 42. And we set this up by doing what on earth? Config cpp user select uncomment one line here. So that's what we're gonna do. 42 there. So now we have. So the funny thing is that a lot of them say touch, but this one doesn't, but it has touch. So this also does touch. We don't have to do a separate touch include or anything. So there it is. And user setup. I don't think we have anything here. Look, I lie. So just to paste the comment that I copied for the reason, 41, right? So let's see if it works, if it's different now. If we go back here and try to do it. So it's compiled fine and it's uploaded fine. The problem we got was just that it didn't actually show anything on the screen, right? So maybe that was the problem. I don't remember if there was anything else I did. We can compare the directories. There's another tool commander thingy. So I didn't even get to start reading almost. So let's pull that one out and let's put this in. And look, we have a menu. So that was the thing. So, oh, so it's hopping. And I noticed in the code that there was a problem. So selected snake game. Dioth. So we can control the menu. We can't go to any option we want though, because it's, if I rotate one step here, so now it's on Dioth. One up, it's on setting. One up, it's on Wi-Fi scan. And one up more, it's on Bluetooth scan. So one down, it's on Wi-Fi. One down, snake game. One down, Bluetooth scan. So it's more like it's random, right? So I'm on Wi-Fi scan. If I go up one, you go to Bluetooth scan, down one, Wi-Fi scan, down snake game, up, Dioth. So now I didn't end up on the same one all the time. But we have a functional, the cable connections are okay. It's just the timings that are off. And I noticed that there was a 600 millisecond delay when we push the button, or when it's trying to find the button push. Because there was a long press too, back pressed, selected. So the selection and the long press, it doesn't notice that one. Yeah, not until I let it go. That's actually good. So I'm holding it long now, letting go. So the thing is that I could be able to long press and, yeah, it actually moves. And then I let go. What if I... So it might work a little bit. Actually better, much better than I would have guessed. I'm surprised of how good it works. It works. Let's say I'm not saying it actually works. I'm shocked. It works. Kinda. Every rotary step takes us about, that was odd, about, I have cables there now, about 4 steps. Also, it's not the same all the time. Still great work. Yeah, I agree. Solid first result. We got it to actually control it. It wouldn't have worked at all without me asking about the thingy, so. Because the first connections wouldn't have worked. So, let's do this.
Nice, that's a solid first result. Party popper. What you're seeing, multiple or uneven steps per detent, is totally normal for bare mechanical encoders. They close A and B several times per click. You can smooth this in a few ways. Software filtering, only count a change when both A and B are stable for a few milliseconds, or only accept a direction change when a full 00 rightward arrow 01 rightward arrow 11 rightward arrow 10 rightward arrow 00 sequence occurs. Hardware filtering, add 0.1 F capacitors from A rightward arrow G and D and B rightward arrow G and D to debounce mechanically. Simpler fix, divide your encoder delta by 4, diff/=4, in the loop before updating the menu index. This works well for many cheap encoders. Would you like me to modify the code to include that divide by 4 correction or the more precise state sequence decoder?
We want the right stuff, right? So the exact one, please, because we want to be kind to AI. It kind of ends up there all the time anyway. Right. I want to read it, but I'm eating.
Perfect. Here's the precise state sequence decoder version, the exact fix. It counts one step per detent, regardless of how many internal contacts bounce. Just replace your current encoder ISR and decoding logic with this version, the rest of your TFT/menu code stays the same.
This is spicy. By the way, it's got this rotation, right? That was not what I wanted, but I didn't even think about it because I was so surprised it actually managed to do it. So I kind of wish I could say to ChatGPT, so if someone else asks this question, you have to edit this filter, right, and remove the comment from the right screen. But I can't. Or can I? But it says it's not raining yet. It probably is, right? That was my first annoyed thing with it, that you couldn't learn from mistakes. So a human would. So that's what you would assume. Something that kind of sounds like you. So this also means that I will read in detail the code and understand how it works. We can TTS this code. It's not much, but
// rotary encoder, exact state sequence version, dash. Volatile int 32_t encoder position equals 0. Volatile uint 8_t encoder state equals 0.
What kind of
/
hardware
breakout
helps you
table,
hack?
previous to, current. / only these transitions are valid, others ignored, bounce.
2 seconds.
/ +1 when rotating one way, -1 when the other. Const int 8_t encode rootable 16 equals 0, -1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, -1, -1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, -1, 0. Void IRAM_ATTR encoder changed. uint 8_TA equals digit all read, ENC_A_pin. uint 8_TB equals digit all read, ENC_B_pin. uint 8_T current equals A1, B.
Yeah,
uint
I'll need
8_T
to read
index
this
equals
myself.
encoder state 2, current. int 8_T move equals encode rootable index and 0x0f. If move. Encoder position plus equals move. Encoder state equals current. White heavy checkmark notes. Keep both A and B as input _pull up. This method only increments or decrements once per valid 4-state cycle, a full detent. It naturally filters out bounce and inconsistent transitions, so no diff/4 hacks needed. After swapping this in, you'll get one clean step per click, stable, repeatable, and accurate.
Yeah, so when I read information about it, I noticed that it goes like several pulses per. So I'm kind of thinking we should connect the oscilloscope to that, but that's what we're doing it. Also, it's blinking, right, the display. Your question, right? What kind of hardware helps you hack? So for example, the program we had on here before, it did a Wi-Fi scan, right? And it also wrote out what kind of security there was on the Wi-Fi network. So that is one useful thing, just that. But we could also send like our second menu option here, Wi-Fi D off. If we send such a thing to, it doesn't function yet. So this is just testing the menu and the rotary button for now. Yeah, so then you could record the information when people connect back to the network, and then you can hack that info. This is disconnected again. This was nice. So let's actually the first thing we want to do increments or decrements once per valid 4-state cycle. Right, we should know how many steps. So 4 was an approximation. I didn't mean to do that. After swapping this in, you'll get 1 clean step per click. Stable, repeatable, accurate. We'll see. Minus 1, 1, 0. 1, 0, 0, minus 1, minus 1, 0, 0, 1. So what I want to do is to detect one of the bloops, right? I kind of feel this isn't perfect. Perfect. But let's try it. So if it is, let's first check that these. I'm assuming. I remember we had 2 values, right? Lost encoded. Okay. So instead of encoder position and lost encoded, because we don't care about lost encoded anymore, we do that, and then we have the lookup table. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what I just read, now I'm reading this as separate. I'll have to read all the code. Oh. So I don't really have to remove that one, but it's kind of. So this doesn't have enough power. That's why we're using that at all, because this doesn't give enough power. It's time to click upload, or rather, did I already do it? No. How did we stream 7 hours already? How did that happen? I have no idea. This is too fun. That's just a fact.
PXM226 says hell yeah platformio, smiley face emoji.
Yeah. It failed though. What did I do? So all the code did not lost encoded wasn't declared, obviously, because we removed it. So I didn't comment any of the other lines, but whatever, let's comment that one. So we could just undo to get back to the old one if we wanted to. Oh, maybe I should have like saved that. So just a little rice left. So the warnings are because we're not using all the bits. Most of them. Like we're not using the touch, we're not using the SD card there. And it's actually got the text up. It usually closes down quite quickly when we don't have the extra power. Yeah, there it is. So it needs power. But we could see the menu first. So what do you think? Will it be better? This is ChatGPT trying to fix its quite okay code. So that was strong enough to my nose to start. Spicy. Oh, it did say something at the start too. Yeah, this is worse. I kind of thought so. Yeah, this doesn't work.
PXM226 says, would your application ever need external memory beyond what the microcontroller can store?
Yeah, we might want to save a PCAP file. You know, we might want to store information about our scans. We might want to do like war driving stuff, saving all the info like that. We'll see what we can do with this. So, but that's why we would want the SD card. It has one here on display. It's just that it's one of the big ones. So, I have to put one of these huge converters in there. Here. So, I don't like that, but as the display has that on it, it's kind of like we wouldn't put another thing on there, even if it would be for a tiny card. So, let's see if it can fix its mistake, because otherwise, if it so we're out of GPT-5, meaning it probably works better now. What I've seen so far. Now it actually managed stuff, so that's the first time I think ChatGPT-5 actually did successful coding or anything. This was way worse. It's just skipping around like crazy. I'd like it to be more exact. And start with counting the pulses. How many can it detect on one click of the rotary encoder? Typing it out every time, just because. So let's go basic with it. Quadrature configuration. How many pulses you see per the 10th click depends entirely on the coder's mechanical design, technical specs. Shipping coders 20 to 24 D10s. So if we could have seen the information on AliExpress, which I closed those tabs. So it just said this can't be sold, isn't sold anymore in your area, so you can't see the information. But we got the support to give us this at least. So this is all we have. So at least I knew where A, B, C was. This doesn't matter much because it's just open and close. So typical space 24 D10s per revolution. And it said, wait, counted 4 there? It had delays and stuff in the code too. Each attempt usually generates 4 transitions. Standard encoder, 1 detent, 4 edges. A rising falling, B rising falling. High resolution encoder, 1 detent, 2 to 4 pulses, sometimes more. This is as cheap as I could get. So each detent click is usually 4 pulses. Your B changes state. That's why your menu was moving 4 steps per click. Yeah, but how come it went crazy now, right? So I don't know if you can see. Now it's on Wi-Fi scan. I go down 1 and it hopped to state game and then up to Wi-Fi deal. Then it's 1 down more settings, 1 down more Wi-Fi scan. And then it actually went down 1. And then it skipped 2. It's like never hopping to settings. Now it's on settings. Up. Yeah, it's. And it's always. I think it might be blanking the screen and printing it every time. And that's might not be bad, but why would it do that? You can just write it again on top without blanking. So that's an easy fix, right? That would be an easy fix for now. As let's continue reading. Counting pulses accurately. You want 1 move per D10. $20 per revolution. Okay. And D10 pulses. Okay, so D10 is what it's calling the clicks, what I call clicks. It could kind of use the words I'm giving it, but if that's official. So I don't know why their messages are redacted, but they are on YouTube. So you can try hopping over to Twitch and typing, or you can, I don't know, maybe YouTube redacts it if just you say hacking or something. I don't know. So I couldn't see the messages. I don't have YouTube up, I think. Do I have it up somewhere? No. So we have, I think we have, the thing, I can't see the information anymore. It's very annoying, but it was something like 20 steps. I can just count. So if I go, put it like straight up, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's exactly 20. For 5 is from straight this way to that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so exactly 20. So 20 to 24 probably is 20 or 24 because otherwise it would be very odd. So usually generates 4 quadrature transitions. So like 4 pulses per. Yeah, and that's why 1. Some sheep and cutters mine 3 to 5. And that we could measure if we have something like a little squick thing that's quicker than us rotating this. How long does this take? So, if you want move per detent, you should count full quadrature cycles. A complete, but this is what it said just a bit ago. Instead of counting every edge, it is the safest way. Your menu won't jump or even if one edge bounces. We can implement this like this. Track A and B states, only increment the position when a full cycle completes. I can rewrite your menu code full. Count full cycles properly so each click moves. Yes. Please. And please give me the full code. It's not that long, right? And I don't want to mess around. And we're out of the free stuff, so now we have the working one, hopefully. So perfect, let me do it properly. So this is what it said just a bit ago. And exactly here. Hardware filtering capacitor. Yeah. I want it to be software if possible. We can add stuff. Counts one menu. Also, we don't even have resistors to power for these, which is kind of like, though it said it wanted like 3 volts, right? So we'd have to get that. Is this 3 volts? So did I put this one to 3 volts? I think I might have. We have 3 volts. So the yellow one here, it's not 12 volts, it's 3 volts. That's good. So if we want to, we can pull up resistors for these, but not to the 5 volts, but to the 3 volts over there. It will be so many cables around this though, so it'll be hard to actually reach it. So usually I don't put cables like this. I'm like pulling them like this, right? Yeah, so this one is 5 volts and that's 3 volts. And I also think that this yellow here is probably 3 volts. Let's just check that. Gosh. Yeah, 3.295. So, um, I was just gonna check what it said after the code, right? So let's see what it changed. Lost AB, lost A plus B state. So it's using an int32 for the position as it's going. Apparently one. Let's just. It seemed to be 0, 1, and -1, right? Then it has a uint8 for this. Like if it's that. Well, let's not think about that now. Debounce, long press. And I still haven't read all the code, menu items. Void draw menu, TFT full screen. So this is where we might want to change stuff. And here we also have the colors. So the highlight yellow is not really visible. So we might just do another color here. Like how that one, or rather have these like gray and the one that's selected show more. I don't know how many colors it has like that. We can just do any color, you know. Lost state. Button lost stable high. Button lost change. Button downtime. So text size 2. Color. And the cursor to 1010. Doesn't look like that. Main menu. Is it 1010 this? Okay. It's like high resolution for the size. For menu count, text color, if current index, yeah, so it's setting the color to depending if we're the menu item or not, the selected item, and then it set the cursor to 40 as the menu is more indented there, plus I times 25. TFT print line menu item. So, and the problem we have here is a fill screen. This is why it's flickering. So we're going to comment that line, but we have to copy the code and put it actually in there first. Routing coder. So let's just everything and paste. Now we can edit this. So let's comment this line. I was commenting in ChatGPT. So as it's overwriting, it's the same menu over and over. For now, this will make it not flicker. It will just show the colors. And I'm thinking that will show it clearer too. Also, we should have like the color. Let's go with like, instead of yellow, let's do green. I think we can do like light purple or something. Yeah. We can do light gray. We can do. I was thinking it will pop up. Mud color order. And green yellow. Green yellow might be a good selection color. I want to know what green yellow is. So let's do that. I was thinking if this could be like light gray. Light gray. There. So light gray and green yellow. We should have a bigger contrast so you can see the colors change. I can see it. I can see the yellow, but it's not visible really in the camera. So also it's all too bright. I want to lower the brightness, but I'll have to think. That's not today. That's not the second. Yeah, so I was here and reading it. TFTFG. Did I break it? Oh, it's just selected. No, it's actually. So light gray was not in there. It is in there. Light gray is most definitely in there. So why wouldn't it work? Did I spell it wrong? Is that's what? That was the problem. Yeah, I did the gray with an A, I think. Yeah, that explains it. So commented this, we got past that. We read the prints. And then we have the encoder change, which is the bit that's interesting. I think that I will not read all of it, that we'll test it first, right? I'm curious. I'll just upload it with that connected. So it still goes white when it's connected. So it's including so much that we don't need yet. So we can see the menu and it will pop up way for in a bit, I'm sure. Let's see if we rotate now. So it's not disappearing now. The screen is not going all black. Oh, that wasn't there. We need to pull this out to see it again. So can you see that it's slightly green now, right? It's slightly green. That was one down, not up, one down. So it's totally off still. So it moves when I move. It doesn't move when I don't move. That's like the only thing, right? So far, the first one was the best because then it was actually going like 4-ish down and up, but not exactly. So far, the first one was the best. This one seemed to hop quite randomly too. So far, the first one was the one with the most pattern in the behavior. Let's try this once more before I send that. So down, that's 3, down. I saw it scroll up too. It's like it hopped to that one and that one, though I was going the same direction. Down. That's very the same. Hop down, scroll up. Hop down, scroll up. So it's definitely moving between this. I think the only reason I can see them lighting up. Well, let's see if you can see it too. So let's see what angle is the best color there. So I can't see it on the screen. Let's do a microscope on it. So come on thingy. So I think you could see that settings there was lit up slightly. See, I can see it's just that when it stops, it's much longer. So it goes through other alternatives. So it's actually lighting up them. And now when it's not flickering off and blanking every time, you can see it better. Yeah, this is, I'm rotating the same way. Down all the time. Let's go up. Yeah. So the funny thing with it going to two places is that it should really, that means it hops 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, right? So it's not even, and there's 2 up, and that was what? 3 up, 3 up, 2 up, 3 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 3 up, 3 up. Yeah, this is quite consistent too. It's just that I see the others too. Oh, that was a long one. 3, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. So 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, or possibly 6. Of course we had to get that one totally off at the end, right? Oh, but on this one it hops 2 steps the most often, then 3. And seldom 1 or 4. And of course I wrote everything in text when I could use numbers. Your encoder is sheet mechanical type, and the problem isn't the algorithm, it's physical bouncing. Each 10 doesn't reliably generate exactly 4 edges. Sheet encoders often skip or double tap due to contact shatter. That's why the ISR-based Greek code sequence methods jump inconsistently. The most reliable way to handle bearing in this case. Sample AB. Frequently not using SR or ISR only sets flags. Only register a step if the encoder is stable for NMS. Ignore the fast edges that are likely bounce. Simple edge counting device approach. What about hardware remediations? Question mark. I don't care about spelling. Hardware fixes are one of the cleanest, most predictable solution for cheap mechanical. So yeah, that's the thing I was gonna do before Issa told me not to. So we checked the 3 volts. We have it. So and I had capacitors in here, but I think I'll have to go get them now because I've been cleaning too much. Yeah. So it wants 3.3. No, what am I reading? 10k ohm resistors. I'll have to go grab stuff. Optional. Serious AV can reduce ring combinations. Mechanical inspection. Of course, we have several to test. Combined hardware. Yeah, I'm thinking pull-ups and capacitors. And we'll do that, and we'll see if this helps. And I'm not 100% sure that's the issue, but it's a simple thing to do. So where's my little box with tiny capacitors? It's probably in the drawer in there. So 10k. Maybe we should do. Let's see what I have. Yeah, I have lots of 10ks. Let's just grab 3. Was it 2? 2. Turn the lights off, and then I have to go back. So yes, little green box. Yeah, these are Pico. I don't know if I have micro. Are they micro? I think I'm tired. So let's read. Yeah, we have a microscope. So why am I even thinking here? So let's look at this. That wasn't clean, was it? Yeah, I'm like, oh, these are not even the same. So yeah, I'll have to go grab the other stuff, right? Gosh, I can't read this. Let's. Yeah, I think this is. I have to like Google. common values. Values of ceramic capacitors. Yeah, picofarad and 100 micro. So I don't think we have that. So what we wanted, like tiny numbers. So this is what it asked for, right? So there should be like this might be the right values. Yeah, let's go images on this thing, because why not, right? So look, at once we have something that actually helps. So this is 10 because it's a 0 picofarads. So the one saying 22 would be it would be 2. Gosh, how hard is it? Yeah, obviously when it's a 3, then we get up to, that's what it wants. So 103 is what it would want, or 104. 103 or 104. I think I might have 103 or 104. And they're like this size, right? So let's look at the microscope again and see if this is something like that. Gosh. Look, 104. That was its requested number. Huh? I got the size right? Let's, while we're at it, right? Let's look at this, because that's 103. And then we have 102. It's organized. Who would have known anything was organized with mine? There's even 101. Then these are totally off. These are like huge. That was going a bit like, what on earth? 0.02. 1. Yeah. Those I don't recognize like that instant way, you know. I think I needed some of these for something. That's why I got so many of them. So what are these then? 47. And there's an obvious dot there. Oh, this is so tiny. Short legs. I don't think it's been used. 330. This image was useful. It was useful. So let's actually save this. Desktop. So this is exactly what I wanted. And here we have more numbers. So with the 2 there, it is Yeah, so just think like resistors. Why is it easier with colors than numbers? It's the same thing. It's totally the same thing. It's just me being time to sleep, really. Probably. So, yeah. Well, let's look at this one too. Was this 472 or something? Where is it? This was 33. Okay, so they're not the same value. I'm like, now you have my fingerprints, by the way. 3-3. Two, 2, 3. Well, so let's just 2200 pico. That's it. Meaning 2.2. Okay. So, and it wasn't the door. I remembered, so let's put it back. So let's hop back one step. Should I save this one too? Let's do that. So save images, and I'll put it in my notes later when I'm not so tired. That's that image again. So I didn't like this one as much because the other image, it had the tired brain help for the microfarads too, right? So if you get a number in microfarad, you don't have to think. You can just, you don't have to move the comma over here. It's like 1, 2, 3. That's complicated. So, I think that we might have a distance problem here. So these are the ones. Oh, sorry, guys. So these are the ones that we want to get over there. So we can't just put one side over here and one side over there. Well, we could, but it would be messy. So let's put one side over here. Yeah, this is definitely Gloss's work. Also, with the lights off. Why? So, there, now we have light. You can see it lighting up. And then I'm gonna move it to the side of it. So it's like 2 steps out on both sides. Ish. Like 1 hole in between there, just so I don't have to touch these to turn that. And then we'll just put a little ones in there. Let's see if I have little ones, or if we make them. I think we have little ones. And 1 yellow. Can we have another? Should we do another color? It'll have to be orange. It doesn't matter. So, alright, we're not going to the one here. We're going further, so that doesn't work. Yeah. I do think I have a little keyway thing here. And we have a little...
Fixerbot says,
cutter thingy?
New follower created. Less than 3.
Ah, anything called create. I'm lucky. Create. Welcome in and thank you for the follow. I'll just grab some cables somewhere. Hopefully not behind something. Because I was looking earlier. And let's see. I don't want to clean for 3 years when I'm going to bed later. Actually, let's do it now. Cable! As I actually found what I was looking for while I was fixing this mess I made earlier. That's nice. So let's go grab some. Do you want light yellow or dark yellow? This is good enough. So it doesn't have to be any special length. Just grab a little bit so it isn't long enough to disturb the other stuff. So I have, with a single one in and with multiple in. So for this we want these. And let's just and other side. That is. So let's see how long compared. I think I will angle these down and one from there to there. And that should be 3 volts here, connected here. And then we have the other one. From there to just exactly where I was measuring, apparently. Was the perfect spot. So definitely no big difference. I know you can't see the color. So I thought that sounded like a nice color, but it's still not visible, right? You can see there. I think it's too bright in here, that's why. So up, 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 up. That was 3 up again, right? So it's not even 2 every time. So it's even if ChatGPT thinks it's a debounce problem, it might be its code, because this is ChatGPT code. It's not my code. So let's see. Oh gosh, did it pass midnight? It's not like I'm gonna do anything except this tomorrow, though. I have a meeting at this lunch time because I need to sleep a lot now because I was sick. So we have these added, And this is what I was kind of planning on. But we have activated the pull-ups in here, so this is like just extra. We can disable those now if we want to. And then we're going to put capacitors. So we got 0.1s here, and between these and ground, meaning the same spots and the ground. So we probably easiest. Oh wow, this is not correct. It's a good thing I have the glasses because that was bent, so it didn't see. Oh, I didn't see there. No. And then we put this one like that. So I think it's attached. And this one like this. And there. So I don't like how this is written. This is the same really. Add from A to. I kind of want A this, right? Anyway, we're supposed to put these to ground now, so we put the other one to ground. So good thing I didn't remove this because we need a little bit of black too. Should actually check how long they should be this time instead of just casting. So well, I guess we do just random length because or I make them a little longer. Both those are like bent still. Well. I still want them approximately the same length, just to have some kind of easier to see-ness. So other leg there. Yeah, I can even put it further in like that. Maybe that's prettier though. Oh, this is starting to look so messy. I should fix that. So if I'm going to show this to someone, which I am, right? I have a problem. I think it solved itself by this being too long there. Gosh. What some of these holes on the sheep breadboards. Well, I guess this wasn't one of the cheapest ones, so on all breadboards are like finicky to get in there. So it's in. There we have the lost yellow one too. So, what do you think? It's worse. It's worse.
Agent 57 says, awesome.
It's worse. Isn't that funny? It's worse. I added I get submitted to 0.1 UF caps and 10K. I guess I have to type ohm resistors. Used with the same code. Let's do old because I think it gave me a new. Same old. No changes. Where is it? Where did this go? There. Okay, so it's like lower. Gosh, I pressed space and nothing happened. Hold up. So in series with A and B. Simply cleaning the context. Well, this is totally new and clean, so shaping colors often have uneven dots causing irregular steps. So I kind of want to know when it's going and not, right? Because when it stops, it stops. It stops for a little bit. The thing is, have you got a dishwasher or anything that uses one of these? Because I do, and it's horrible. It never does the right thing. And when I was consulting on the electronics company, we had a extremely expensive thing that tested the electronics in like high voltages. So we sent in lots there, right? Expensive machinery and the rotary encoder. Oh, it hopped 3 steps. Oh, I have to go back. So it's always like that. So this we have to be smart when we code, because even the even the expensive ones, they're not perfect, right? And I don't know what the dishwasher costs, but it's always wrong. It's always wrong. It's almost so I have to go and show you at once how bad it is. But I'm hoping everybody's had the opportunity to turn a knob and it goes click and nothing happens, and it goes click and it hops 2 steps, and it goes click and it hops 3 steps, because that's normal. But this doesn't ever do the right thing, right? Because it's not there yet. It's moving when we move it, and it's kind of moving. I'm going down now, I'm going up now. You can see that if we can see the color. That's up. No, that's up. That's down. Maybe I was
Created
rotating
says,
quickly too.
I find switches and rotary encoders the hardest to get right in any device.
Yeah. So the thing that I was thinking of first was just, how would I do? And ChatGPT actually managed, instead of me looking for some code, example code online, which I kind of, all the examples I found when I searched earlier were for like modules with ships on them, right? And this is just a basic rotary encoder. It doesn't have any logic on there. So there might be a reason why everybody uses those for simple Arduino projects and stuff with extra stuff on there, helping them to debounce all the thingies. So, but anyway, we tried this now, and before, when I did this, didn't it hop like mostly 2? Now we go, that's 2 again. I don't know, it went 1 down, meaning like 5, up, 2, 2. Yeah, so it mostly goes 2 still. That's 3. That's 3 too. I'm going down now. That's like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. So it's kind of the same, right? So it's not really that much worse. That I felt first that it was actually worse. It didn't really. Suggestions for next up, because I'm thinking code and more than checking how many steps we turned, because this is a menu. You would go one at a time, right? More like see, are there coming clicks or not, right? Even with capacitor, we have internal pull-ups, so this is just extra. Cheap mechanical curves often bounce unpredictably and don't generate the same number of edges per detent, but we never get one. At this point, the solution is usually software level handling, not just hardware. Yeah. Abandon raw. So now it's going back to what is suggested before. I was asking for hardware remediations there. So now it's going back to this, I think. Yeah, count pulses. Yeah, let's go down to its last response. Yeah, counting edges is useless. Incrementing on every AB shape. Yeah, so this we already had, or it's supposed to have done that in the last one. I didn't read all the code because I was like, when it works, then I really read the code, right? If it can't do it, then we'll look more. For bearing coders, a practical method is wait for both A and B to return to idle state. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, usually both high with pull-ups. If they're not both high, that would mean it's stopped in some odd place where it's. Yeah, I can get the usually. Yeah, this effectively filters all bouncing and only counts completed. Yeah, multimeter. I remember you were on there. Oh no, it's off. Completed detent. And detent is what is calling a click. Click, 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 click. Well, it's moving. I know you can't see it very much. It's visible a little at least. So like, if I hold here, it's a shade like this. Okay, so anyway, it's moving. It's not moving when I'm not touching. That far we got at least. Yeah, so I stopped with detent, but then I read. I read that too. Loop is sampling rather than handling everything in the ISR. So raw ISR counting. ISR. I'm thinking, what does it mean with ISR? It's just saying stuff. Did it say that before and explain it? I don't think so. ISR counting. Whatever. I know what it's doing. Have the ISR just track state changes. Then in the main loop check, has the encoder moved away from idle, then return to idle. We also need the direction, so this is very stable even for cheap encoders. Optional software debounce per edge. If you want to keep ISR counting edges, you can ignore changes that happen faster than XMS. Well, this is basic debounce that I would assume that it started with, right? But cheap encoders, exact edges are per that is inconsistent, so this usually just reduces extreme jumps. Well, that these were cheap, they were not mega cheap, right? These are the stuff I was looking up for someone on stream, but we can go back to my orders and we can see what they were, what the price was, right? So these cost 22 for 5. So that's $2 for 5 ish. And this was like, I could only buy one of these because it was extra super low price. And apparently we can't even go to this page now, so that's why we were chatting with their support, because I need the images, right? So we got them from their chat. So now we know what the legs are. Yeah, this is so bad. This is so bad. Oh, 0. Gosh, it started GPT-5 again. No, I don't want it back. So, oh, this was the request for the other guy. Yeah. I don't know if they're still here, but this was funny when ChatGPT recommended the same things. How can faster than XMS button shipping coders? Executives. So I don't know if I think that's so cheap. That was my point. It's several Swedish crowns per thingy. So, with cheap mechanical encoders, perfect. So I kind of want to check with an oscilloscope what it looks like. Kind of want to do that. But that's too much work now. So it is almost 1 a.m. and I need to sleep. I will continue this tomorrow, whenever I stop. Definitely, because I want to finish this, and I need to for Thursday. I have a talk on this. So, with cheap mechanical encoders, perfect ISR only, great. Decoding is almost impossible. It's most reliable, which is edge tracking, which is started with, plus idle state detection and software main loop. I don't care where it is. Mentioning main loop all the time is stupid. Left ensures one click, one menu move, regardless of how many bounces. So I'm going to give it some instructions. I want to add that you're not allowed to use delays. I saw you had a 600 delay. I guess MS earlier. That's crazy. Why so many L's there? So please don't. There will be other code in this too later. Perfect no delays, everything non-blocking, fully loop driven. You can use state tracking and timestamps instead of delay. Yeah, exactly. That's what you obviously need to do, right? For button pressure and menu updates, here's a full TFT menu plus bare encoder plus non-blocking button plus robust non-blocking button. Yeah, the button was what had the delay. That's a long delay. That's over half a second delay just for checking for button presses. Um, Here's a full TFT menu. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that again, am I? Let's see if it finished. So what do you think? So now we don't have ChatGPT probably messing stuff up for us. Maybe it works better now. ChatGPT 5. 4, I guess we're using then. So we're in rotary test encoder. So I did remove one line. So let's make sure it's not doing the same thing. Again, it is filling the screen with black, so it will flicker for every time it does this. So there. And let's click upload, but first we need to actually attach this. So, and upload. So it's funny that it goes white when we have both, because if we only have this, it doesn't have power enough, and it goes white. So I'm curious what happens really. So we can see this a little bit, but it will disappear. So we have to pull this out. There. So down. Oh, it hopped 4 steps first try. So let's see here. Down, 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 up, 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 up. Okay. No, that's actually up and that is down. It's working. It's working, guys. I was like, did it hop 5 steps? No, I was backwards. So if I think like this, that's down and that's up. Yeah? So down, up. It's working. It's working better than my dishwasher. So applause to ChatGPT. The thing is that this is what it should have done. And first when I saw the first one and I saw that 600 millisecond, I was like, yeah, okay, let's see. It's working. It's working. It's actually moving, right? Because I didn't know how this worked enough to code it. So now we can look at this code and see why it works. But we have it working, and this was a perfect end of today, I think. So now we'll have to start adding the Wi-Fi scan, which we have in another program here. So the touch test is actually a Wi-Fi scan with all our PIN information and everything. So it does just a Wi-Fi scan and types out the information about the network, including the encryption type. And in this one, I was just about to add the SD. I was adding SD stuff. I commented out all of that except for the include, I think, because I forgot that and it kept complaining. Yeah. So this is a tiny program too, and most of it is just comments here. What do I have here? So connect access point. Oh, this is to connect to a network. So later, this is to configure it as an access point. So if we want to make our own access point, we can use this code. So that's why I put it here and why it's commented out, because it needs to be another function than this, which is Wi-Fi scan, right? And I don't like functions that are longer than 1 page, but I guess with the switch, I guess it's okay. There's not really a lot of code in here. But we want to be able to save it to the SD card, the scans and everything. So, but I guess that we will do some kind of, the problem here is that I can't print this in one thing because Arduino isn't that good at printing. I don't think I can do that in one line. So what I would want to is to actually make a long string, right? And we'll probably do that. And then we will, after making the long string, we will both print it to the TFT and to the file. So I'll just have to, or we won't use Arduino anymore because it is still painful. It is painful and we're still using it. The Arduino way of things. So I'm thinking we need to try the Espressif way of things too. But this is nice. It's actually working up and down. Let's go full screen on this thing. Or maybe even microscope. Let's do microscope so we can see the full beauty of it. That's approximately where it is, right? Let's get that a little more focus. Come on, higher up, please. There, and exactly in the ring of the ring light too. So now you can see the yellow text, right? So, and let's go up. And then nothing happens. Down. Oh, that was also a glitch. So we have had two now. Am I shorting something? I'm holding it differently. Down, down, down. Ah, that was like up, down, right? It has problems with up and down. Oh, that was like 3 bugs. Down, 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 up, 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 up. Now it's behaving like my dishwasher. If I just scroll a bit quicker up, yeah, I can I notice when it's hopping. So there's still a bug. That was a good test because it was obvious to me too that it's still bugging, but it's just a tiny thing now, so it's not clear about if it's going up or down. So there's something in the logic, and maybe ChatGPT can fix it itself. Let's say gray there, great. That's so much better. The only problem left. Am I positive? Too positive now. I'm always too positive. That's good. You're supposed to be. Is that sometimes it seem to quickly hop up, down, and then hop back, and sometimes it's going the wrong direction. Wrong direction. Yeah, I have kind of stuff in the way of the keyboard. Let's say it's going in the wrong direction because that's not odd. And let's give it an exclamation mark. Let's fix this with a new version. Let's see, full version. If I'm totally 100% serious now, I believe that the reason it failed at the first tries was, or like it didn't do this. That's obvious, right? It's supposed to not pause in the middle of the program in the code to show a menu. Like there might be other stuff going on. 600 milliseconds delay. It's because it's not GPT-4 anymore. It's GPT-5. Anyone else had problems? Is it just me? On the new full version of the code. Thank you. So now it will fix the last problem, right? We're in the final stage. What's happening? It's bouncing in noisy transitions right around the tent, causing false detents, or sometimes the wrong direction. We can fix it completely in software with two changes. Only count a detent when the encoder state is stable for a short debounce window. Yeah, milliseconds. Track rotation. It's not adding delays again, is it? Rotation direction using the previous state properly, so each return to idle or reliably know which way turn. Yeah, we'll see if it works in the code. This was not a clear sentence. Here's a full non-blocking TFT menu version of the robust. Yeah, because it started with serial. I asked it to make a menu for the TFT and it's the serial. We didn't even run it. Here's a full non-blocking. How can you go up and down in a serial menu? Seriously. TFT menu version with a robust. We can read the code. I'm sorry, I'm so stuck there. It's crazy. Non-blocking TFT menu version of the rules. Bounce resilient encoder handler. Woohoo! Let's see if it's not delaying. It said it was non-pulsing. I'm just gonna copy the code and we'll search in code instead. So let's see. That's display task, rotor encoder. And let's delete that, paste a new one, making sure we actually have the new code. And then we're gonna remove fill screen. I could tell it, but I kind of want the line there and have it commented, because in case we later do scrolling or stuff with the menu, we want it to remember that we actually might need that. So as long as it's constantly bouncing and stuff and doing a million updates, it's not nice. I was like, what's that? Oh, it's the code here. Wasn't like something behind me. Yeah, it's time to go to bed. No, it's actually 2 minutes to 1 a.m. And I have been sick and should go to bed early. But I just ate dinner. So I will just check for, I think it's actually delay, right? Good, good. Yeah, I'm not gonna read all of it. We're gonna run it and we're gonna see. And if it's worse, then we'll go back to the last version. So the reason why, I don't know if you can see, but right next to my sheet here is a microscope, right? So it's kind of in the way for the screen. I can't see the third screen at all with OBS because there's a microscope in the way. Click the button or Shift Control U. So who's online now? Do we have any people online? I will close my preview. Let's see if I have another browser window. Uh, uh, so it's succeeded. I think that's identical time to last time. And then we're gonna pull this one out. And let's go to microscope mode and see if I manage to mess everything up. But of course this has been moved a lot, so you can't really see that, can you? But I need to actually preview again. What was I going to search for? Now I know. Totally was going to check if someone's online. Oh, we have both Chiat and Slyborg online. Let's see what they're doing in a bit. So now I want to preview to that screen. There. So it is, the yellow is not mega visible. See if I can like angle it a little bit. It helped before to angle it. I don't know. Anyway, it's quite important with the color. So why is it suddenly not the same color? Because I changed the angle? Is that it? Did I like touch it with my head? Yeah, I kind of think it's different. Let's change color. I know. So as it takes 20 seconds, right? I'm gonna change it from yellow to green. Right, we have the green yellow, but I'm gonna go full green on this. So it will be very visible. And I'm gonna save and upload, and then we will see which line this is, so it is selected with no problem. And we should have 20 seconds after it's compiled for 2 minutes. Or what? I think the whole thing should take 20 seconds. Because I kind of want to have this flat, and I kind of want to be able to rotate the button without having stuff everywhere. Let's pull the power multimeter out. So, oh, you know what? You kind of need to plug this in before you upload. So let's hope that it's not doing the compilation again. Building in release mode. No, it didn't. It didn't. It's just uploading. Good, good. So it found it. So it took just 17.49 seconds this time. So now we have green. We can see which line it is. Oh, I did turn it there. Oh gosh, this isn't working at all. Okay. It's not moving. Okay, so lost version. I'm going back, undo, 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 undo. That's why it's good to delete all the things, because now I know we have the old version, right? And I'm saving that. I'm uploading that while we go and chat with ChatGPT and tell it, sorry, this one doesn't work. It moves at all like one of 10 times max. That makes sense. The previous debounce method is too aggressive for a sheet mechanical encoder. Many edges are being ignored because the bouncing time is Arm shape encoders, millisecond level software debouncing, and ISR often fails because edges don't happen cleanly and are millis. ISR is not reliable. The most reliable approach for is this. So I don't really care. This is like encoder H. If there's a library, why didn't it use a library? You're telling me we could be using. It's good to know how to do this manually, but I didn't tell you not to use. I might not to use. I mean, it's fun to do header files and make libraries, but that's not what we were doing right now. Not to use any libraries. I mean, if we were to start doing libraries for the displays, we wouldn't be doing anything else, right? Might be able to do this tiny thing. I have to read the rest too. Minimal loops does the decoding and debouncing. If you want, you can rewrite your full TFT menu code to use this robust loop-based approach. Well, it will make every click count exactly once correctly. But no. Let's save this. Still, give me the full code. Code, please. So we can see if it works. Searching the web. Now it's checking if there's actually a something we could have used not to do that. Based on your feedback, it's in previous approach didn't provide the desired results. Try a different one. Full code example. Okay. Encoding and learning. Collateral relying interests. When I'm looking. So it's just giving us a code. I was thinking, did it redo it now? Wiring diagram. So this is like very random. Very random. And it didn't mention anything. It's Googled, but then it didn't mention anything about libraries at all. It's like, oh, it doesn't exist. Let's ignore that I said that thing. We'll have to Google. So let's do this. While I do
The
this.
encoder's A and B states are read in the main loop. When a change is detected on pin A, the direction is determined based on the state of pin B. Button handling, the button press is detected by checking the state of the button pin. A long press is considered if the button is held down for more than 1 second. Menu navigation, the menu is drawn on the TFT screen, with the currently selected item highlighted. The selection changes based on the encoder's movement.
So, this means that we're going one version ahead. Paste. And to remove the flickering, we're going to remove the fill screen. There. And the change I made to the settings. Up here. They're still there, so that way it just keeps working now. So it is connected. Let's upload. Control-Shift-U this time. No? Is it doing anything? No? Let's try again. No? That's odd. So, let's click the button then. So it's really warm in here too. What temperature is it? Yeah, it's just 27.2, and I haven't been thinking it's warm for a bit. Oh well. My throat is starting to think it's finished too. Okay. The handle encoder was not a clarity scope, so there's okay. So did it suddenly change how it's doing stuff? So the problem, handle encoder and handle button. The problem is that in Arduino, you don't have to put them in a certain order, but here you do. So it doesn't know what on earth we're talking about, because they're called before they're actually declared. So it moved, set up, and loop to the top. See? So either we move these to the bottom, we can do that. That's probably quicker than making the other stuff. So there. And I have to try again with Control-Shift U. So why have we got a red line? Okay, so draw menu 2. Yeah, it's all backwards. I should have made them, but now I've already started messing up the order. So cut. So I would have just put there. Is there another one? This one too. Would have been quicker to just copy the first lines. And did I do even all of it now? But draw menu, cut. No? What on earth? I have no idea what I was doing. Where's the red line? Oh, there it is. So if I mess this up, we just paste it in and do it the other way. Okay. And there. So we still have a
This is why I never use artificial incontinence for programming. An OLM is a story generator. It may seem plausible, but in the end you keep going around in circles.
Let's undo all of these until the paste. And we'll just do the right way instead. I'm sorry for all the undo. Here we have a clear one. I'm pasting. And this time we'll do it like the normal C way. So when I save this file, nothing, no red. Well, I know it will hop up. So we need to we have set up a loop. We need draw menu. And we just paste it over here. And then we have, what's the next function? There. We're just telling C that these will be later. So we usually put these like in a header file. So there. So now it should know everything, and we should be able to compile it. Very annoying. So it's been doing it the right way all along until this version. So it wasn't really an AI bug, because if it was for Arduino Studio, it wouldn't care. It would do that automatically. So probably it read an Arduino example now or something. Got Arduino code. They didn't even include Arduino this time, because this is a tell sign that this is Platform.io code and not Arduino. Studio. So this line you don't have in Arduino because it's always there. And I kind of don't like Arduino, so I kind of really want to try the expressive stuff. But with, well, it's Tuesday now here, so it's in 2 days I have the presentation. Or 1.5. Nah, it's Tuesday, but it's not like really far into the Tuesday. So definitely not 1.5, possibly 2.5. So let's unplug this so it actually will work. And we have the menu. And let's hover over to microscope view so we can see. And I forgot to put the green. So let's see. Up, up. Oh, I also forgot the hopping. Let's just do that quickly. So it's annoying when it hops and the other stuff. So let's remove the fill screen and let's put a little color. Instead of yellow, let's do green. So green. So, and let's upload that again. But this time, before we upload, we actually going to put the cable in there so it actually can upload. How does that sound? So, now we should have a non-hopping visible. $20.60, and the fan is still on over here. It's like my sign that it's working, the power supply. So let's put this one. The green is kind of more visible than the yellow, right? So up, 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 up. There it hopped, went to the same, back to the same, hop, up, 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 down, down, down. And there, I kind of glitched another one. I went a little over before it went back. I almost rolled 2. Up, 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 down, 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 down. There it's stuck for 1. Down, 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 up. Oh, before I went up, it actually didn't go down. So up, 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 down, down, up, up. It actually caught those 2. I was trying to do, let's try 2 up. That was 3 down and it did 2. 1 down, 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 down. Up, down. 1, 2, 3. It actually became 4. It was my fault. 1, 2, 3. That's 3. And I kind of rolled quickly there. So it's much better. But I don't know if it's better than last time because it's still sticking. But it's not worse. It still works. I think it's time for me to actually go to bed because it's past 1 now. And we do have people to raid. It's 20 past even. So microscope says good night. It says really good night. Let's unplug this thing. There. That's a converter. HDMI converter. So let's raid someone. Yeah. So we're gonna raid. Who we gonna raid? So I'm gonna open. Well, let's first actually update the page. So make sure that everybody's still streaming. And let's see what they're doing. So I'm gonna mute tab here. And also I'm actually going to go into my own stream so I can raid. Because that's kind of good. So let's type raid. No, come on, come on. Raid. So I keep getting this message, you know. Um, so I'm trying to see yeah. So I was thinking we'll raid Slyborg if she's doing cyber stuff. She was in here before, right? So she was lurking in the stream, she said. So let's raid her. And she's doing cyber stuff. I saw something about Crontab over there. And chat. So we're raiding. Oh. So I missed 2 streaks. People saying like, or the Twitch chat saying, like, hop into the stream to save your streak. Like I care about the streak. So one of them was, where is it? Ah, whatever. So thank you very much for being here. And for YouTube, I will send the link to the stream when we are rated. So yeah, good night. And I will continue this tomorrow because I need to finish. And the next step, let's say that this is good enough for the decoder, right? For right now, we can do one or two, 3 times more. Try and check it ourselves. But we can like do 3 ChatGPT tests, and then we try fix it ourselves.
GNO
Yeah.
slash. Translated from Indonesian.
And if we can't do more with that, we have to continue to the next step, which is actually making these menu items do something. And I think we need to add setting up a hotspot, like yeah. I need to turn on audio now, and I'll share the link for YouTube. I know you're still there, guys. So let's copy that link and send it. And the little dash at the start is just to make the TTS not speak. So, why am I
breadboards and everything out? What were
I
you
didn't
doing?
hear it. Yes, good
Thanks for the
audio.
lurk jar. Making bread on the breadboards.